It's Among Us Monday. I'm finally here for one. Stream Elements, what are you doing here? I don't know why that keeps turning itself back on. We pat the Twitch in hopes of consistent frames. Wow, basically everyone is deafened. See, what was I going to buy next with my comic cube? I don't actually remember. Excuse me. I think it was the strawberry.
Hello?
Hi there.
Oh, there we go. Somebody. Yes, no survivor.
Pog, no survivor.
And no, I hate survivor. I hate
Yeah.
survivor.
Because Jay's a survivor shooter.
Good luck.
What if I don't want a good luck?
Then just for you, bad luck. Seer, alright. We're lovers with Ozza. Hi. C for J. I'm trying to communicate to him the colors I get.
Red, do you want to talk about it?
Hello. Sorry, I was like, this meeting's really quiet, and then realized I wasn't in the call.
No.
That'll do it.
I was in navigation with Red and the two dead bodies, and Little Red just jumped on both of them and just slam, pa-pam, pam, and now they're dead.
What did she do?
Slam, pa-pam, pam.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, last I saw Dance was with Jade. Probably about 10, 15 seconds ago in Weapons.
Oh no, this is
Yeah,
Red.
probably about right.
I will say Monica's on medbay scan right now.
That's true.
I just left Briz at guns. I wasn't doing guns. I was walking past guns and saw the tiny Briz and was laughing.
Ah.
Who was in
Your
admin
taxis.
about 20 seconds ago? Was it Ozzy?
What?
You were in there?
I've backed you.
Yeah,
I was in admin.
yeah. The three of us were in admin at the start.
Okay, so Trip.
Um,
Okay, you're in an interacting role. That's all I gotta say.
Spoilers.
Oh.
Just putting that out there in case we all get 3 people blow up and you might be an arsonist.
I'm not an arsonist, but I do interact.
Are you okay, Red?
Wait, what?
What
You're
happened?
getting
You're
hard
being
accused.
accused of killing.
They touched me. Goodbye.
Okay.
Does anyone have timing on these? Because I did leave taxis with. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say that name.
Yeah, it's right
Zarka?
now. It's right now, Trip.
Are
Yeah,
they-
you know, I
Slicing.
spammed. Yeah, I spammed my report because I didn't want to get killed by Red as a werewolf. I wanted to report before I got sliced.
I'm not
Okay.
a werewolf. You can shoot me if you want.
All right, I'll shoot you right now.
I did
Pew,
vote
pew,
you.
Pew, pew,
Pew 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 pew
Yeah.
pew.
It's wrong. Both of them touched me.
Oh, 3 skips. Who's skipping on that?
The
Oh,
bad
okay.
persons.
A lover?
I'm getting a phone call. Now is a very bad time for me to be receiving a phone call. I'm going to try and act very above board so they know I'm not Arso. In hopes of keeping Azza alive. Jay's green.
Hello.
Whoa, this is very recent.
I can clear 1 person, which is in Simon Says right now. Brazine's body is just outside of electrical.
I'm in Simon Says, not in it. I'm on it.
okay.
I'm inside a person in electrical.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm the other
yeah,
person
I
in
know.
electrical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just passed over you guys after I was in storage. You guys came from admin area, I think it was.
I'm
Yeah,
just
that
in
was a
the
while
door
ago,
of
though.
comms.
That was way before comms.
Who was in electrical first then? Out
So
of
I,
Oz and Trip.
when I walked in, I think it was Trip was already in there. They turned
Yep.
grey before I got to the back,
I'm
and then
on
Brizzy
wires.
was leaving. Like a small Brizzy was leaving when I went in.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying this is very recent.
I left
So
Dark. Yeah, I left
Monica
Dark Orbit
Waffle.
in storage.
Could be Dark. Monica, Dark, and Waffle. Where's Monica and Waffle?
I just said I'm just entering comms.
I'm in upper. What is that called? Where you do the fuel task.
Upper ended.
Yeah, that.
You can open a map.
Yeah, I just forgot the name of it, and I didn't want to look.
Fair.
Call me out on my laziness.
So you saying this like electrical, you're saying?
I think it's one of them too. Yeah.
I know Jay, you went over that way earlier in the round, but I don't know.
I've been
I-
on Simon Says for most of the rounds.
You haven't though, because Brazine and I started on there together at Simon Says, and as I finished Simon Says was only when you got.
Wait, no,
on.
no. Briz came into medbay first.
Yeah, with me. We went medbay together, then we went reactor together. We did Simon Says. Jay didn't get there until I had already done all of Simon Says. I'm thinking this might be Jay getting baited.
No. Well, she's mini. It's impossible to be beat.
Yeah, she's a mini. She can't be bait.
Oh, okay.
It's Waffle or Monica. Is Waffle waffling?
Why do you have such a hate on for me, Jay?
'Cause I think you're waffling.
I think Jay's bad. Maybe didn't get baited, but I think Jay might not be above board. There we go. Helping out my lover there. since Jay's a green roll, presumably, it means it's unlikely for Jay to become a different role, and it's unlikely that Ozzy will stop being executioner unless someone kills Jay. Oh, love that. This is dangerous. It's gotta be fast. Oh, that was very fast. Alright, this is very recent. I just fixed comms. Leave comms. A dark wolf is approaching the body from storage.
I got dispersed at the security vent. I just made my way all
Ooh, mayor. Okay. Alrighty. It doesn't look... I don't know if Dark killed Wolf. Dark killed Wolf? No, I don't think Dark kills Jay.
I kind of trust Dark. I
think...
still believe our killer's between Waffle and Miss Monica.
I agree. I think Jay got drive-by'd while I was fixing comms.
I don't know. I think it's a little suspicious that Trip is saying, it's probably Jay, and now Jay's dead.
I mean, I presumably can be cleared for this.
It looked like you weren't on the body, you were coming from comms, like it just got fixed, literally.
Correct, because I'm the
if
one
anybody
who
else
just
can
fixed
fix
it.
comms, then
Unless it was an NG call, which it wasn't.
I don't know, boys. I'm so sorry.
It's alright.
I know that Jay was good because he was my medic.
Ah,
Taxi,
okay.
do you know who you scanned before you revealed?
Trip, Waffle, Osa.
So,
That's still
Monica.
alive. Jay, Breezy, Sorka. That's dead.
So if we do have, let's pretend we have 3 crew. That one of those could still be bad, but
Yeah, I'm thinking Monica's bad, and I think Dark might be neutral.
no.
Is my guess. But I think Monica killed this.
I think Trip killed this.
Wow.
Cool. Anyone have any information before we vote here?
I got dispersed to medbay and I was running down. That's all I got.
Yeah, I don't have anything useful. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I think I'm throwing here.
Oh, there was Waffle, not Miss Monica. I was very confused by that. I thought we were all in agreement.
I guess, Trip, you didn't see what I saw, because I saw Monica jump in the bed.
Oh, no, I did not see
Yay.
that. No, I did not see that shit. I did not see that.
Thank you.
Oh, Ozzy, I felt you were executioner at the end.
I was executioner. I wasn't really trying to do it. I was executioner for Jay.
Oh, see, I was trying to help you as your lover. I was trying to help you get Jay out.
I don't like being helped that way.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Red, for not skipping.
Trip, I saw the body there. I'm like, okay, maybe I can go find the killer and jail him.
Being a lover, your role kind of goes out the window, and then you just go for the lover's win if you can.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I go for.
I think it's the first time I've actually been lovers in this lobby.
Oh man, I get lovers like 6 times a lover. We will probably be lovers again.
Yeah.
Well, correction, I've gotten it a lot. I never survived.
Yeah, Ozzy's a very lovable person, you know.
Yeah, oh my god, whenever I finally get like my first good killing roll of the like a lover appears and I'm like, oh man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, correction. The last times I've been lover, I typically die. So that's the first time I've made it more than 2 meetings as lover. So I didn't really know what the protocol there was when you became amnesiac.
I felt terrible for killing
Last
them.
time I was lovers, I was like, oh good, I actually got medic shielded, and then Jay dies.
Jay, are you host or is it the?
I am a host, yeah. Only 5 people have joined back into the lobby.
It's
I'm
mine's
still
stuck
waiting
on.
on.
Yeah, mine's stuck
I'm
on
saying waiting for
host.
host.
Oh, is
Yeah,
it? Oh.
so I think it bugged out.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
rejoin. All right. Yeah, I was saying, Jay's taking
Yeah,
an
like,
awful long
this is
time
taking
to
a while.
join that. Yeah, we were all blaming you, Jay, because it said waiting for host.
Oz is deafened as well. He'd probably be waiting for host.
Oh my
I
god.
can't believe I got baited by the
probably.
jester. Unfortunate.
Anybody got his chat open?
Someone go bug him.
I'm stream sniping right now. Hold on.
I've just messaged the stream.
All right. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, he was just.
Now we got the Ozzy back.
He was monologuing.
Yeah, I was just debating whether or not I should go back up. Should when we went gray if I should go up and wait near Ozza until I could infect him. And that's when I got sliced.
I saw where you were red. I just wasn't sure what you were.
Ooh, a mini.
I was Plague Bear.
That tracks. Oh, God.
That was on cooldown.
I just wanna say this: it's really bad to kill as a mini in front of people.
Are you a mini?
Just saying.
You just killed someone coming in an event.
Did the mini murder?
Yeah.
Yeah, the mini.
Who is the mini?
Okay, it's me. But this time Ozza touched me. I'm sorry.
Whoa. This time.
This time.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad. I'm. Yep. There they go.
Oh.
Well, rip
Well,
off.
that was actually believable as well, Red.
Yeah.
That was
That time I
believable.
bought it.
I think Red Witch might either killer or sheriff because they charged at the person who came to the event.
I think they were
The veteran.
veteran
Yeah,
and got
veteran.
shot out by a bad guy. Oh, who voted for me? What did I do?
Everything.
Oh.
You were there.
Yes. How dare you witness a crime?
No, I didn't even mean that.
Oh.
See, I'm jailer. I don't know who to put in jail. Part of me thinks I shouldn't reveal that there's a jailer in place so I don't get shot out. Oh, I need to grab the thing first, that's right. I'm gonna say I thought I saw a vent flap. I did not. No! Damn it. Curious to see the rolls to figure out what happened there.
Oh, I was
Warlock.
amnesiac. Two
Hey.
died very quickly. I believe both of them died on the weapons, and then this one in storage, I believe, died after. I think I've got the timing right on them. But
Okay.
they died pretty much
Wait,
straight
okay.
after the space.
Where's the body?
Jay, I don't know. Where's the body there?
Two on weapons, one in storage.
Jay, I don't know
Okay.
how much you trust me, but I think Dark is doing murders.
You think?
I think.
Why?
And what's your thought process?
I think Dark is doing
How is it
murders. I
both
think
bad?
Texas is touching people, and I trust Zarka.
That makes no sense.
Okay. You've
I'm
obviously got
gonna-
reasons for this. Okay. Okay.
My brain's
I
confused
I
about
never
being
trust
trusted.
Monica's accusations anymore, though. She's the most true.
I don't know. I'm believing
I'm
this one,
enjoying
to be
a
honest.
protein bar.
I will say I could if it's like on the balcony, I could clear 2 people in a reactor right now. There's 2 people
I'm in reactor with Taxis, who I think is
Yeah.
touching people. I think Taxis is like arsonist or something.
Because I'm on admin table right now.
Or Plague. What's the Plague one? Taxis might be that one too.
Being at admin table doesn't clear you from a
No,
kill
I'm
on
just saying
balcony storage, though.
I don't see anybody else on the damn map other than 2 people in reactor. I think one's in decam. They might be hiding in a vent.
Right, so that just makes it more you, Dark.
No, that just means nothing. Because it might be you and Taxi as imposter buddies.
As a duo and reactor by ourselves?
Venting around, yeah.
Yeah,
No, they
definitely.
walked in, I
You would have
seen
seen
them
that, but no.
Well, I believe it.
I don't.
Bye,
don't believe
Dark. No more news for you.
So this is why I don't like this little. You don't give any evidence though, and I still get voted out. I don't like that. The whole no giving
nice.
evidence and not being.
I was the seer. I just had a lot of info.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
okay,
was thinking
seer
it was
means
Sia.
nothing because I could be sheriff, vigilante, I could be hunter, I could be veteran.
Yeah, it does suck to get mathed.
So seer doesn't give you anything.
What do you mean? Seer tells you if
I
you're good or
would've-
bad.
Start the
I
lobby.
would've-
No, it doesn't.
No, if you turn red if you're sheriff.
I was looking to see
Yeah,
my
waiting
medic
for
was-
host again.
Oh, there is my beautiful dance. Oh, I'm in the lobby alone.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah,
going
Monica-
on?
Yeah,
Monica,
any
seer
role-
you have a kill button as a good
any
guy
role
too.
that can kill, including jailer, turns red with Seer.
Interesting.
For what it's
well,
for
I
what it's
still
worth,
thought Dark was
Jay-
bad for other reasons.
Jay, you're just
Yeah.
having problems with this, aren't you? Weird.
I think
Still
so.
the same code,
I
right?
think- yeah, we need the epic host to host again. Oh, not
You
my
want me to
host.
swap
Hold
the
on, I've got
hosting, or you?
Hang on, I've got.
Fine with you hosting.
No, I've got someone at my door. Hang on.
I kept trying to figure out who to
Trump
bite
makes
and
some
I failed.
questionable decisions, but I would not hate him if he got rid of daylight savings times. I feel like he's the one person crazy enough to do it.
I think you. What is it? No,
I hate
100%
daylight
I feel
savings
like you
time
would
so
be crazy
much.
enough to do that.
Yeah.
But also, I think it's the. Don't you want daylight savings times? You just don't want it to change. I don't care which way it goes. I think it's. Isn't
But they need to
I
do
just
that
don't want.
once
I just don't want things changing.
Yeah, no, because like I can adjust. You know, like I get that that extra hour of light is important for some people, but I feel like the majority of people it really is.
Yeah.
not.
Interestingly, if you would
I
like,
don't care about daylight savings. I just wish it was the same in like
That's
NA
exactly
and
basically
EU.
how I
Yeah.
feel.
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually help farmers at all,
Right,
which
it
is
does
the whole
not.
excuse for it. It's actually just a whole
Wasn't it to do
corporate
with candles?
bullshit.
It was to do with candles. I thought it was.
No,
Yeah, I thought
um,
it was all to do with
It's capitalism
energy
and
savings.
farmers.
Yeah, the farmers thing was just straight bullshit.
would you like your resident history major to enlighten on
Yeah.
modern daylight savings time?
Go for it.
Modern daylight savings time is some bullshit. It originates from
That's all I
the.
need. No, that we're good. We're good there.
You're
It-
there. You're there.
Speech.
It originates.
Honestly. Everything we need. Is everyone else jumped in the lobby? Or is Jay actually having
Two
problems?
more
like
people. Two more people need to join back.
I'm stuck.
When the lobby's over, I think everyone that presses play again before me gets stuck. So don't press play again.
All right,
Got
well,
it.
Jay, just
For a few
play
seconds.
next time.
Yeah.
Wait for about
And
5
Jay.
seconds.
There we go. Modern
Wow,
daylight.
leader.
Modern daylight savings time for the United States comes from the First World War, where the troops in the trenches needed to maximize their time in the daylight, and we've just stuck with it since. Because the United States has stayed a hyper-militarized nation. That's why we still have it. The more you know. Oh, I'm big arson.
All right.
Lovers flop. Yep.
This fell over in front of me. I have no information.
Presumably someone killed Dance, and then Brazine flopped.
I'm an
don't
O2. I didn't
Wait.
see anything. I
No,
forgot
no,
to
'cause
feed
no,
my cats. I'll be right
Dance-
back.
Dance was the body that flopped in front of
Yeah,
me when they were killing.
Dance,
Oh.
Dance flop.
Flopped to the bottom of
Oh,
dropship,
Briz
but-
flopped in front of me. I didn't see anyone.
Super or
Dances-
bomber.
I reckon Super or Bomber on one of them, and they were probably lovers, right? If they
Where-
were too far
Probably.
apart.
This
Wait,
is
where's that?
right at the bottom of dropship.
I know Jay just walked into
Like at the very bottom.
I am indeed.
That makes me feel. I don't know how quickly the bomb would have gone off, but the location feels like a bomb.
It could have been a
Like,
bomb with the base of
If you're a
dropship.
bomber coming out of dropship and you just whack a bomb down and then keep walking.
Or chances on Dan saying fuck this and sheriff shot someone. Get out of
He
love.
was facing away from me, but he could have.
It might be a ping thing, but it didn't look like there was anybody close enough when I saw the pop.
I'm trying to think, because I did see someone pass over us going to electrical, but there was no lunge. Briz just fell. So I'm inclined to think bomber.
Like I said,
Lovers
Jay just
or
walked into electrical
swooper.
bomb in there.
Mm-hmm.
So
Alright,
bomber wise, it could be you, Jay, like your timing wise, but I don't know.
I may be real. I don't think we're solving
I've got
this.
I've got flash
Yeah.
stock. There's no way that took me 5 seconds.
I don't know. I'm just saying. Put it
You
out
can
there.
keep you can keep that in mind, but
But
that's
I mean,
wrong.
I can clear trip reporting. I can clear them from being a sweeper and probably a bomber, and then I'm behind. So
Our only sus is Jay.
I'm in
No,
laboratory.
no, it's not.
No,
it's
it's
just
not
like-
legit.
It's just
No.
that he was potential.
It's one of those where it's like, we probably won't solve this one. 07s.
I skipped.
But,
we know that
somehow
keep in
Monica
mind
sounds
where
I went
Yeah.
to feed my cats
Yeah.
and I get 2 votes. What
yes,
is this?
we still got information. Okay, bye. Who's your whittle? I love the tiny. It's so cute. Oh no, a comm sabotage. Oh no. Anyway. Bing. Oh. What? Oh. I see. Wait, no, I don't see. How did I die?
We got a janitor, I believe, because Trip got cleaned.
Oh.
Oh.
Has
He was
anyone seen
alive
any
literally
pairs?
maybe 10, 15 seconds ago because I just passed over. He was in storage. I saw his name coming through the wall right around that area. I went to the lab with Jay's in there too.
Hey.
What's Swooper?
I can say that Zark is not in a pair. Unless me and Zark are the pair.
Yeah, I was.
Well, case closed. Vote other.
I spent the first part of the round being confused about where vitals were.
Oh,
Yeah.
I actually witnessed that. That makes sense. I passed you between like office and lab twice, I think.
Yeah, I went up to lab, looked at vitals, like, wait a second, something doesn't look right here. Walked back down to office. Oh, vanilla vitals locations. That's weird.
I like to ask Red, how come it's taking you like 20 seconds to do card swipe?
Oh,
Just curious if you're.
I'm just standing there.
I mean,
I-
you don't
I-
call
I-
out those of us that are bad.
I have
What?
the swipe thing open. I just didn't do it.
What if that partner killed in there and then they cleaned it up and then they just stood there afterwards like, no one can catch me, there's nobody here. Mwahaha.
Just an FYI, if Trip was around maybe storage, electrical kind of area, me and Dark were in labs. I've just ran over to electrical and I see taxis in the area too. So that's got me a
Yeah.
little bit taxis in the back of my mind.
I came from O2 because I was in weapons and did my asteroids, and then I were in communications with Waffle, I think, and then comms went off. And after I was done in weapons, I ran to O2 to do my wires, and then now I have my other 2 in lab.
I'm voting you.
I
Not you,
ain't got
Jack.
shit.
I'm saying I'm just voting. you.
Noted.
Good consensus, team. Good consensus.
Great job. Honestly, glad I didn't get my arson off, because I would have just killed all the bad people.
What, there were 2 doomsayers?
I don't know. I'm glad I didn't get my ignite off, because I had 2 of the 3 other bad people doused. Womp womp.
So Jay, Dark, and Zarka were all around, and now there's a dead waffle.
I'm currently the only one at electrical at that door. I opened the O2 door. So I think that's your duo.
Who's the duo?
I think
Zarka
Jay
and
and
Dark.
Dark are the duo.
Oh, wait, no, Zarka?
Zarka and Dark.
I don't think it's Zarka.
Oh, I thought Zarka was good.
Zark and
last
Dark.
round, 'cause they were in. I guess comms is pretty close to where Trip was. Guys, hello.
I'm talking to my jailer. I'm sorry.
Okay, I was just feeling like Zarka and Dark are our duo, and then there's just silence.
I'm just over here spinning the water wheel.
This is actually really fresh. This could genuinely be a bait. Like you said, I was in the area, but I've ran up to electrical.
Okay. What if? I was gonna say, yeah. What if the jailer does that, and then we vote Zarka or Dark, and then we've taken out a guaranteed one of the. I don't know.
The fact that she started to push on me does make me think she was bad.
Again, I was just in boiler room spinning a wheel.
Spinning a wheel in boiler room. And why did she actually say
I'm outside
exactly where it
electrical
was?
trying to get in right now. Because the doors just closed my face.
The doors didn't just close; they closed a while ago. I seen them close.
Oh,
and then I've opened the one in O2.
I have a clear for this. Red went into specimen at the start of the round, and then Taxis is up in lab.
Well, I'm stoned, bless you.
So we're on 6 right now. So we don't.
I would like. I don't mind voting one of Zarka or Dark here.
I know Taxi last I left was in the lab, so she went to be able to kill the O2 winner.
Which one, guys? Give me.
How about Zarka?
I
I just executed the Doomsayer. What are you doing? I just executed.
I just voted Zarka. I voted Zarka.
I skipped.
I was
We
the
can
jail.
fix lights. We can fix lights.
I should have shot Ozzy sooner.
Why did you kill me? I'm so bad at this role.
Oh, there's Ozza. I should. I was initially gonna jail Taxi, but my thing was like 1 second. I'm like, I'm gonna double back.
That's funny. I spent that whole round with Zarka. I assumed it was Zarka.
Monica, was that you that touched me?
No, maybe? No.
Okay, I didn't know if I were supposed to push the button or
Surprised
not,
they
but it sounded
got
like
that
I
button
were
out.
supposed to do that.
I think so. Just because we voted out the jail there on. Although actually, oh wait, no, because they could have been right.
Yeah, you have got me thinking.
Like
That was
the
what you said.
skip
You
on
voted
5.
Zarka because Monica could have really hit bait there, and then she immediately decided to put the sus on me and Dark and take it off Zarka. I don't know, but then
Well, so
he
what,
was maybe
what were
clear
the
from the
votes?
potential
So
clean.
it's three on Dark, 1 skip, and then 2 on Zarka, right?
I voted Dark.
I skipped.
I voted Dark.
I voted Doc.
Oh god.
Good talk.
Yeah.
Our
I'm just
brain
trying
is
to-
raining.
I'm just
On
trying to
his
run
way
back
out, I
to do
think
my
Dark
marijuana
claimed
wheel.
jailer.
Yeah, they did claim jailer.
And there's
Yeah.
no counterclaim, and we know they were a jailer because there was an execution and stuff. So
They said they executed the doomsaying,
Oh.
but that could have been a lie from.
So we potentially still have the
Jailers.
2 imposters left alive.
yeah.
If not one of the first kills was a baddie, I don't know, the lover? Or the assumed lovers?
Yeah, they could have been killer on killer anywhere on all of this.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know if there are imposters left alive, like they're super hot and awesome and attractive. So, you know, if they just want to step up and take that mantle.
What?
What? Was it
I'm
red?
Skipping.
What the fuck?
Exactly.
Right. So that meeting was called to execute the medic, I guess.
I should have shot him so much sooner. I was literally thinking, I'm like, I should shoot Ozza.
That one will never get a shield from me again.
That's what you get for voting the jailer out.
I didn't vote you.
No, Red did.
Oh.
Don't look at me. I died round 1.
Taxi was like basically saved by 1 second of being jailed herself.
Yeah, because I was 6 cents because I was just like, Monica, did you touch me? Because I'm like, I've been touched and I don't like it.
I think it was only Trip. I want to say it was only Trip.
Oh. Okay. Interesting. Very
Okay.
interesting. Oh no. Oh.
What the fuck?
Well.
I think you're the flashy. Can you be the werewolf? Because I think you killed my Dance and Breeze the first round.
All I have to say is, if we fight, you've lost.
Okay.
That's the only clue I'll give you. But I have killed 2 people.
I think you're framing me now.
Are you tiebreaker?
No.
Well, I've killed Brazil and Ozzy. I voted you if you want to vote me.
I don't know what I should do. If I should vote or if I should guess. I'm stuck
Decisions, taxis, decisions.
You know, this is hard. My brain is braining and it's not going very good. Okay, let's fight. No! Are you Jetter?
No, I'm not. I'm Hunter, so I can take you out with me.
Fuck off!
Oh my god!
Dude, you're a freaking genius.
Yeah.
God.
I was sitting here wondering
wow.
if that's how that
Well
worked.
done.
Or
Big
not.
brains.
I was wondering what would
hate
happen
you.
first, the win or the loss or the
We should have just voted Zaka or Jay. I guess like I should have gone Zaka.
taxi.
Jay, you're so big, Jay.
Taxi, I passed you over.
I am.
Lab.
I'm
I was
big
one,
brain.
my,
I'm ready
my
for host
timer's still
again.
Oh,
1
yeah,
second
brain.
away. I would have jailed you first before Monica.
Jay, did you
Oh.
press play again?
I have, yes.
That's not working again.
All right.
I think you pressed
You
it
have to-
before me. I wanted 2-3 seconds to look at the rules.
I can see the rolls right now.
I'll tell you what. Going forward, I'll tell you when I press play again.
That's what you get for voting out your jailer.
I was ready to
What
shoot
do you mean we
you.
would, Doc? I made us
It
win.
doesn't- We would have won better.
Did you kill me, Jay? I
Would've
don't
won
really
better.
know.
I
Better.
did, yeah.
Kill.
I killed you, yeah. I
Yeah,
killed you
that's-
right in front of Trip, and Trip fortunately seen nothing.
No, I was bad.
If you
I
start
didn't.
trying to push on
I
me,
thought
I
you
would
were
not
bad.
engage you either.
I was arsonist, and I'm like, I'll just
I was
douse you
the
and kill
other
you.
doomsayer. There were 2 freaking doomsayers.
Never push on the jailer.
Right, so who was who's the actual duo? I didn't actually see the rules properly.
Ozzy.
Ozza and
Ozzy
Taxi.
was the janitor. And Taxi's a
Uh,
swooper.
Yeah, I was underdog swooper, so I couldn't kill barely. It was really hard.
Wait a second. There's a ferret.
Ooh, I'm hypnotist. Okay. All right. I'm also disperser. Dark's been having a bad day. I'm not gonna mess with the Dark. Oh, that's very recent.
Hey, Red, weren't you coming from this direction? It's at the bottom of the table. I was aiming. I picked up this roll. And...
What the heck?
I was with the group who went into weapons.
Well then, taxis who came in from the left side of the cafeteria? Because I didn't even have an arrow. I just got the report button and grabbed the roll.
I need to look up what this does.
Who the fuck was that?
I know someone did vent when we were in weapons. I know it's
I
not
think someone
dark.
killed this body.
Amazing contribution.
Well, considering everyone else is just, dragging their feet.
Just give me a
figuring
second, so
stuff, I
my
just have to
brain is
figure it out.
braining, and I can give you an answer. Was it Breezy?
I don't know.
I'm in Nav.
Oh, you're in Nav. Then who was it? Was it Monica?
No, Monica's with me at electrical. Just scared the ever living crap out of me at
mean,
Okay,
electrical.
it's- someone just
my
vented,
brain is not
though.
braining. I can't
That could
help
be
you,
Brazine.
Ricky.
Who vent? Where did they vent?
Red said someone vented out of cafeteria, and that could be Brazine.
Oh.
Like, this is super
Yeah.
fresh.
I'll vote Brazine,
Actually,
why
probably
not?
couldn't be Brazine. They're
Oh.
probably over. No, in hindsight, I'm just thinking about how fresh.
Too
it is. All
late.
right,
I already voted her.
It's too late to
Well,
apologize.
It's like the video where they're like.
Let's not throw me out
like
round
with the
one when I'm
wires
not
where,
even a
like,
killer,
unplug.
please.
They're probably
Hopefully
an
you
admin
stay.
or upper engine area, or mid.
Oh.
I was really
Oh, boy.
close. I didn't
Yeah.
kill anyone.
Oh, you didn't kill anyone, so you're bad.
Not a killer.
Mhm.
Poor Dark. Also, I misunderstood. I thought the hypnosis was like a single target fuck up kind of deal. It seems more. Oh, it's so tiny. Fuck. What? I just passed him.
These two are dead, right on top of each other in communications. I know Monica couldn't have killed this. Red, I thought you went down this direction. Maybe I'm wrong.
I was everywhere. I was looking for my father.
Oh.
They could have traded, but maybe not. I don't know.
And I think Jay killed the first body. First round.
So you were covering for him.
Oh no.
Interesting.
So
Is he your
Oh,
dad?
that's
Who's-
funny.
Who's your dad?
A giant bean.
The logic
Sorry,
makes sense.
Could you tell us what your
Who's
dad looks like?
giant?
We can try to help track him down for you.
Mr. Person's case.
No, that's also works as well. That's fine. I didn't want an answer to mine.
Very pertinent question.
Poor Oz keeps trying to make bits
I
happen,
voted for
and
Red because
the other people aren't
I
awake
don't think
enough.
the crew. And then we
Yeah.
get to Brazine because I don't think Brazine's crew either. But we can start with Red.
I have crew.
I mean, I was the one on cameras, and Red genuinely was just.
Just
poking their
finished
heads
doing
in
my
through
electrical
doorways.
task. I was passing dance on the way out.
Sorry.
Oh,
where was
Oh,
it?
so Gantz, that's who was attacking you just a few seconds ago.
What?
Got it. Also, what is it? I saw that someone was on cams, and then I wanted to go scare them, as if I was going to go attack them. So then I ran into their really.
Poor
quickly
Monica's
trying to get their
Doomsayer
arms around them a
again.
little bit.
I was already on my way out, bro.
Oh, sure you were.
I was. It was pretty blatant. You were halfway up the corridor.
You're halfway up the court. Actually, I don't have anything else to say.
So Red, why are you evil?
I am not.
That's a good question, Red.
I don't think they are. I think they're
tiebreaker?
genuinely just poking their head into doors.
No, I just don't. I think they're covering for a killer though, and that would mean they're.
Oh,
covering
I
a
mean,
crew.
yeah, that's weird, but that's just not a crime, you know.
Dark, I'm so sorry. I didn't kill you, but I saw Dark, and I'm like, oh, Dark's had a bad day. I'm gonna leave them alone. I didn't even tag you. And then I left, and you immediately died.
I sliced him.
Yeah,
I know.
I was flapping there, like, oh, okay, I didn't see who.
Oh, I thought
guess
you
it
seen
was
who
you.
it was, so I just
So I-
jumped out and sliced you.
I couldn't see Diddley's. My ping is not that good enough, freaking apparently. Like our pings are so differential.
I can't believe we traded, to be honest.
Oh.
Well, I saw you pass me, and I'm like, wait a minute. No, that's the second one of them I've seen, so I came and killed you. But, yeah, we traded. I did have to look up what my ability did because.
Wait, I'm the dad.
What now?
What?
I didn't even register that I was the large bean that was being talked about. I'm the father.
Well, this body
my
is
child.
on wires and storage.
Ow. Hit my hand in my desk.
Okay, that's concerning to some people.
Yeah.
I think Taxis has a chance.
I don't know who it's
Despite being
concerning
the
to,
only
but I just
killer
wanted to
left.
say that it is concerning to someone in general.
I feel a legal obligation to protect my child.
There's a lot of sus on
And
But no, like,
with the way your child is laughing, I think your child may have had something to do with this body.
My child is always laughing like that.
So last round, we thought there'd been a trade or something.
That's what people were
Was
saying.
that was
I don't know.
being said?
Because it just feels like we're down to maybe one killer, right? This is a long.
I
slow
sussed it.
Okay.
But he's kind of on the bad team,
There
so we'll
might
see
be
how
like
that
a
goes.
slow one, like an Arthur or a Plague.
Red and Brazine were both having sus thrown on them by Rickert before the ferret died.
Rickert? That's certainly one way to say.
I honestly think Ricky was executioner for me.
I think our jailer is dead.
That's possible.
Jailer do be dead.
Definitely possible. What do you think about this situation?
Maybe
Red?
Monica finally gets her Doomsayer win.
I don't know.
Don't now when you think of an answer, don't expend all of your brain cells at once when trying to think of something.
I don't have a brain.
I was gonna say that was their brain cells.
Oh God, we're doomed. Well, I'd like it on the record, Your Honor, that I tried my best, and unfortunately, this is the crew that I was given.
I was just protecting my father the whole time. And
Honestly, probably did better.
We love voting
I'm
out.
no longer a single dad.
We love voting out crew in this lobby.
She had she gave every hint that she was actually bad, not crew. I don't know what she's talking about, like thinking that she's crew.
That would. I would have been afraid she was Jester.
Like just not telling who the killer is when you definitely saw Jay kill round one, didn't you?
oh no.
What was the glitch? I don't know if it was Jay that glitched as himself or someone else. Who knows?
Oh no, I detected the crime scene.
I still feel bad for not
Nope.
the little
Your
dance.
daddy's dead. Your daddy's dead.
Rip dad.
Rip grandma. You're dead now.
Oh.
Oh, what the?
What
oh,
the
yeah, it's
fuck?
tucked away nicely. Come on. Oh.
Did anyone see that? Where my doors did not door.
Hey, taxis, what's going on?
Hi.
Is it coincidence that you're walking away from this dead body right now?
Oh.
I just passed Miss Monica.
Yeah, I was gonna
passed
say, I just saw Taxi.
you. Yeah.
Okay, so it's Miss Monica or taxis then. Got it.
I thought we said there was only
What?
one killer left.
That's why I said or.
Right, but like, why would I clear
Monica,
her
try not to sound
clear
an evil
me?
challenge. Impossible.
So you both saw each other?
Yeah.
Which one of you? Who? Miss Monica, where did you see taxis? Taxi, where did you see Miss Monica?
In lower engine.
Lower engine.
Okay, but where in lower engine? Right? Were you just like passing through? Did one? Were
Passing
Yeah.
through.
I
I
was
came.
heading up and she was heading down
Yeah.
And where were you heading up from, Miss Monica?
from storage.
Storage and taxis. Where were you going from?
Upper engine.
Okay, but you said you were so you were heading down into that part. Okay. Here's the thing: the body's over on the actual fuel task, which means one of you's bullshitting, and
One of you is lions.
one of you is the killer. What is it? I know it was one of you two,
Lions.
and so you two are clearing each other, which is weird.
I was pretty sure I knew taxis role. I think they're good.
What?
Okay.
What did you say?
I was just saying he thinks he knows your role.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't hear he's low. I need
Okay,
to turn him up.
So I'm gonna be real. I just wanted one more opportunity. But Taxis definitely did something sketch.
What?
Did you just fail a doomsayer guess?
Yeah, I just failed to do
Fair
this.
enough, got it.
Yep, I hate this.
Well, I'm gonna vote
roll.
taxis
Get me out of
before
here.
Miss Monica gets guessed.
No. I can't guess.
All right, Ozzy, you should really vote by now. It feels like if you don't vote, it's kind of sussy.
Why couldn't she
All right,
vote? Why
never
couldn't
mind.
she
Great
shoot?
times. Great times, great joy for everyone here, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You're welcome.
Press nothing. Don't press anything. Don't press anything.
All right.
Not pressing.
Guardian angel.
Wait, you couldn't guess?
Don't.
Wait,
Okay,
you
now you
double
can
shot.
press it.
Oh, did you already try to guess on time, Monica?
There we go.
Is this new?
There's been a bug. Anyone who presses play again before me, the bug's out.
voting block, taxis.
Huh?
We would have had the voting block if you'd made it a correct guess.
Yeah. But I didn't want to try to fail.
Oh, well, yeah, double shot.
Didn't want to try to.
Oh,
Well, we won
I
anyways,
was
Richie.
double
Yeah,
shot.
yeah,
Yeah, you were double
Oh.
shot.
And
Like, why
the
did
doomsayer was outed, and I was like, all you gotta do is go to D. Go to D.
I was so excited. I was like, oh.
We did a great job, crew. That was all
I was
us.
kicked from the
Dude,
room.
I literally
Also-
told the jailer to kill me
Wait.
round 1, and
Also-
they refused.
Jay and I did kill each other. We did trade.
We need to restart by
Oh.
voting me. I'm the Jesty Westy.
Wait, why
Oh,
are
what
we
are we-
starting?
What did we say?
Brizzy got kicked.
I finally got Eeny Weeny. I was finally
I had a green
tiny.
shield too, which sucked. Oh, well.
I also want to whine about restarting. Anyway, I'm gonna vote Ozza.
No, you're not. I'm taking Jay out of it.
Whoa.
You could have just gone ape shit, man. Oh.
Red Zarka,
What?
y'all want to vote Ozza?
Oh.
No,
I
I'm gonna
wanted
guess
to,
out.
Jay, but I didn't get the chance.
Red.
Trust me, I was Juggernaut. I wanted
I
that
got it,
mug
Rick.
swapper. Like that would have been great.
I'm not even
Oh,
the Jester.
Wait,
what?
Oh, did I start the game without everyone in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I was
Briz
swapped.
said you got
Oh.
kicked.
Yeah.
It said
Oh.
it kicked me.
Don't press play
Oh.
again. Because of the thing.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah, you can press it now.
That
man.
works.
Press it.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't know what
why I
happened
shot out.
there.
That's why I shot out there.
Oh,
because
we
it
were the
was-
ultimate
oh,
duo.
I know.
Swap
I
and Juggernaut.
know.
There we go.
I
Man, y'all
want to
suck at this
cry.
game. Why'd you have to
I
pick
wanna cry.
Brazine? You could have won.
Mid through.
Jay
We
threw
would
it.
have won.
So you get for kicking
I love looking
Brazine.
at
I had a green
alternate
shield.
universes.
Yeah.
Happy.
Wow.
I have a
Anyway,
green shield.
whine
I
about
was
my
shy.
vote. That needs to be a thing anymore.
got a
Miscellaneous noises.
We'll make you suffer for that this game. Yeah.
I'm Oriole. Monica's a touch. Holy shit. Okay. Monica's a toucher. Oh, maybe not necessarily.
I saw someone run in and kill. I have no idea who'd killed.
Yeah, it wasn't Zarka or Dance, for sure.
It's
Where
not
did I-
Jay.
I'm by myself in
thought I
a
reported.
reactor.
I just left admin table on the card swipe. Someone else is still on that spot, so
Yeah, that's me.
okay, so yours okay.
The only person I've seen this round is Ricky going up to
Yeah.
up the Y, and then I went left into locker room.
Yeah, I went up to why I'm in the one on office comms.
I'm in reactor by myself.
Wait, who said they're in reactor by themselves? Because they are not by themselves.
Oh,
I'm
I'm not by myself.
You're also not in reactor.
Well, I'm in the corridor in the middle bit.
Oh yeah, okay. You're in decontam. Yeah, I can't confirm that you're.
Wait, do you mean decontam or do you mean the area
No,
in
I
between
mean
lab and
I mean the wires at the top of that bit.
Oh, I did not see you. I went in through decontam by myself. And Matt Simon says by myself. I have not seen you.
Dun dun dun. I have nothing else. Either
Oh, what the?
Jay or not Jay, sorry.
Oh,
Either
for God's sake.
either
What
Ozza
is?
is evil.
Was she Doomsayer again?
Oh my god.
What?
Was Monica
Okay, well the
Doomsayer?
imposters are
No,
gone.
d-
Ozzy and Monica will pass.
Yeah, Ozza was bad.
Oh, I was paying attention.
Cool. Good luck, neutral killer.
Imposters, we might
What I
get
mean-
a-
Oh, Trader. Trade. Is Trader on?
Ooh, I'll put
I don't know. I've not played with y'all in a while.
Oh, I got a
Yeah,
vote,
that's
too.
on.
Okay.
Yes, I have an executioner.
Someone voted me, which is interesting. That's what I get for talking.
I'm on
I'm
deafen
kidding.
for a second. I'm on deafen for a second. Hold on.
That was sarcasm, but I realized it didn't sound like sarcasm. I'm not traitor. Poor Ozzy. Hello. Bing dong ding dong ding. Do 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 do.
Hello, hello, hello. Well then, have I got news for you? I can clear taxis and the little red. We were all on the weapons, and then taxis went into storage, and there is a Brazine just above the table.
Oh, I can clear 2 other people as well.
I can clear Dance.
Trip and Dance. I just came in.
Zarka or Dark? Oh wait, can you clear Ricky?
I just came in. I had seen Brazine walking up from the left side of the Y as I was going into locker room decontain, but they are in reactor.
Okay, where's Dark and Zarka?
I'm just heading into reactor now too, because like something just happened, but I'm not gonna say what happened.
I was on admin table.
Something just happened, but he's not going to say what
How
happened.
long have you been there, and where did you come from?
So I was on admin table, and then I left around the same time Ricky did, and I did go into cafeteria.
Zarka has the loudest mouse in the world. And
Yeah.
Guess someone.
Sorry. No, I just
it's fine. Keep trying to guess.
I fiddle with it. And it's right under my mic. But I'm in storage is where I ended up picking up the
Storage?
pail. Yeah. I said I went to cafeteria. I didn't see that. I didn't see any
No.
didn't see a body when I went through
Did
there.
you say you just ended in storage?
Yeah.
You said before you ended in admin?
No, I said I was an admin. And then I said I left the same time Ricky did.
It's not
I don't
looking
remember
good.
you leaving, to be honest. This is Zarko or Dark to me.
Yeah, both of them in sus locations for the event. Zarka's story just isn't adding up.
I mean, I have the radar arrow. I can literally see somebody walking in and out of storage.
We gotta get Zarka. It's Zarka.
Oh.
Oh.
Dark, that was just a 50-50. Let's just get both out.
Yeah, I know, but like I was like, I don't know.
Zarka,
I
you really need to move your mic away from your face.
in prison,
Zarka,
by the way.
You've got to move your mic away from
Yeah,
your
okay.
face.
Oh, is
Who
it just
does that?
super loud?
Your
Because-
mouse, the second I heard, there was a difference
Okay,
between
press
just,
play
like,
again now.
fiddling And then you
Pause
spam.
Oh, I think I
yes.
did it
If
too early.
Jester winning doesn't end the
I did it
game,
too early.
I'd be less likely to execute it. But when Jester winning ends the game, and I'm crew, if you claim not crew, I'm executing.
You would know they were Jester, though, and you'd be able to do something about it.
I'm not sure
I,
there's
I,
anywhere-
I don't think anyone else in this lobby would execute a Jester in jail.
I think
that's
I
the
would, to be
right
fair.
thing. You
I think I
would in
would.
round
Yeah.
one,
I was
you were
trying-
like,
I
oh,
was
what role are
trying
you
to
in? I'm like,
play-
Jester, and
Yeah,
you just
does
say,
I was about to say,
I was
jailer,
trying-
jailer
Play it off that
survivors.
well, in my opinion.
Does the jailer talk cover my?
I was
position
trying
because I
to play
stand-
like, oh, I'd already won with the Jester game. They're not gonna fall for it
Ricky,
again.
I knew you were a jailer because I
you
got
know,
6 cents. too.
I'm not
That's fair.
hurtful.
I'm not gonna say anything.
I don't
Yeah,
think
Dark, that
there's
was just get the 50.
anywhere I can put my mouse that it won't be picked up by this mic, just because the Naga is fucking loud.
It really is.
I'm the scavenger. Oh,
Monica?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I reported this. Monica
this is
just killed
dead.
Ozza.
In electrical. Interesting.
Well, I never went into electrical. I was scared.
Well, where'd you go then, Monica?
To the left and down the hallway.
That's
When there's too many people heading to think something like that, I figure someone's gonna die, so I rerouted.
I think he's in the hallway though, not like. In
Wait,
the,
is he?
Yeah.
I could guarantee this is not a bait because I'm getting the report.
I'm like halfway down the like hallway to O2 right now.
Who is anyone else in the O2 area right now?
I'm on
They
the O2
were,
tree.
I couldn't really see them anyway.
All right.
I'm in O2.
There's
I'm
so many
admin.
people around this that I'm 50-50 on the. I think this is a bomber, and I'm 50-50 on if Monica and Briz are both heading down there. I think one of them dropped a bomb.
I'm
and
not.
It could also
heading
be
down there. I'm in
I don't
tree.
think it's a bomber because
if it's a bomber, Jay also walked out of electrical, and I walked over him.
Okay.
As them.
Then
Why
I'm
would
also, I
they-
think it's Jay, Briz, or Monica. As
Excuse
bombers.
me. Why would they have put the bomb outside of electrical instead of on the box?
Because it's weirder to go straight into there and then walk right out as lights go off. You can just
Yes,
walk through there and
actually.
place a bomb, and that people don't
Interesting.
suspect as
I
much.
hate saying this, but I agree with Dance.
Let me give a little
Right.
bombshell too. Dance is a toucher and touch me.
I 100% touch you. I will touch you any day of the week.
Wow.
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 Makes sense.
Wow.
Bam.
Oh, trust me, I'm into every single one of your senses.
He was
What?
asking for news from me earlier.
That was a week ago,
Oh,
and you
wow.
never provided.
Yeah, you know, I just don't want to. I'm not comfortable.
Yeah.
with
Anyway, speaking of Jay touching, Jay may have touched a bomb. Either Monica or Brazine did. Can someone dust their fingerprints for explosives like they do at TSA?
Do you
they
think
don't
any of
have that
us
power.
are bad enough to work at TSA?
I think
How does he
either
get
of us are
bored?
baddies.
Okay, I love that
My
though.
man.
Thank you.
My man.
Oh, there he goes.
I
I
don't
hope,
know.
I hope you're
Would.
Hunter. Please be Hunter.
Killed for the truth. Killed for the truth.
Oh. Oh, very nice. All right. What the fuck?
I'll dance. When Monica killed.
Why have we pushed the button?
Why
Yeah,
did we
what the
vote on
heck?
Dance
I don't
when
know.
Monica killed?
Monica did not kill. Dance was just pushing on me because I was in the area like 16 other people.
You were on top of Azza. That's what I said.
I was not on top of anyone. I was running by myself down the hallway in the dark. I don't know what to tell you.
How did you see this, by the way, Dark?
Because I saw the report button and I see the body still standing. Monica, when we were walking
How
together
did
when
you
lights
see?
were
You wouldn't
I
have
really
seen
thought that was
me
like, see.
because I didn't see you.
No, we walked all three of us together going down the lights.
Then why am I sus and you're not? Is it just because
I don't
Dance
know.
decided?
Like I said, it was you. I don't think Ricky hit bait because I saw the report button, so it wouldn't be Ricky.
I
Unless
think
he
Dark's
reported
trying to
his
get
own
me
stuff.
voted out here because he's actually the one who killed. I don't
I-
actually think that's true. I really don't. I really did not see anything. I don't know who's what, but it is weird that Dark called button here.
It is definitely a weird button, but it.
Well, we voted out the wrong. I don't know why we voted out Dance. I still don't understand.
I don't know why we voted out
I don't know
Dance
why
either.
either.
I think
I thought
it
it was
was.
a safe way for me
it was a
to
sus one.
abstain effectively and diffuse the votes, but apparently I was wrong. Because I'm tiebreaker and I got him murdered.
Ooh. Rippers.
It's okay, he probably deserved it for something else.
Probably.
I was kinda-
He
I
is
was kinda
Dance
hoping-
after all.
I wish he was Hunter for that situation too.
That would have been
Jail is
very
I was the last
funny.
one. I was the last one to vote him, so I would have died. Yeah, that's fair.
The jail is 9 out of 10.
You know what? I'm gonna pick someone randomly and diffuse the votes. This one.
Oh.
Okay, bye guys.
I voted Trip.
Bye.
I didn't want to vote.
Oh.
That was just I didn't think you were getting the vote, so I was like,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't wanna-
fair.
I don't want to contribute.
I'm okay with being a skip button. Okay. We've got a chance here. With me having essentially done, like, nothing. Oh. That is super recent. Last 7 seconds.
Yeah, it's exactly 7 seconds old. I know exactly when it died. Jay and Dark were together, and they left right side out of electrical, and then it shortly died right after that. So Jay, I'm looking at you, and Dark, I'm looking at you.
We're both in electrical.
I can.
I went down to O2.
Yeah, I'm down low too. Dark's on the
I-
trash chute, and I'm
Oh,
watching
yeah, I am
at
on
the
the trash
minute.
chute, yeah. Okay.
I would like to
I
say.
agree, but-
I like to say I can clear Red because Red and I were on vitals together. I left 7 seconds ago. There was no one dead, so can't be Red.
Yeah, I can clear taxis for this actually.
I just got to lab from not storage, specimen. Because I did download and specimen, and then came up and started my vials.
Is now a good time to mention that Ricky's name is Red?
What?
Huh?
What?
Ricky's name is Red.
I ain't a killer.
You can do something that makes your name Red.
Bullshit.
Did you just bait the shot?
No, that was Mystic.
Damn it! Why did I fall for it?
We skip here, right?
Jailer calling out a seer.
I'm voting Ricky.
I still hear clicking.
I'm in tiebreaker, so I think there's enough people that'll skip.
You heard clicking because I was. I hear clicking from Ricky, but you heard clicking from me if you did because I was voting.
How did?
I don't know. That happened.
That was
I
the
voted myself. I
weirdest.
was the future that turned jester.
That
This
was
is
the
great.
weirdest alley oop of all time.
That was a chain
I'm
of
fine
events.
by that.
What the fuck?
A kill.
When I scanned you, Ricky, it came up red.
You were
Yeah.
your glitch.
Everyone can
Yeah.
press it.
You didn't even kill, but how'd you?
Yeah, I did not kill a single person.
How'd you get infected then?
I have no clue.
I infected Azza, and you were the only person like not. You were the only.
So who's
I
the killer?
literally, my story was true. I was just running down the hallway. I wasn't paying
I
attention.
did drop a bomb.
Did you hack anybody, or
before
Dan's
I,
gonna touch you, or someone else gonna touch you? Yeah.
Oh, so maybe it was. I saw.
Yeah,
Monica
yeah, I
when it was
dropped a
too,
bomb
so the
and
person
Yeah.
was
called
in there.
lights.
I knew that round was going too well. Something had to go wrong.
Ozza just unfortunately was the one that stepped into the bomb.
I
you
got
kill?
seer information, and I went with said seer information. It wasn't my seer information, but it was seer information.
Ah, yeah.
Where's Dark? I want to give Dark the shield. No. You don't get a shield. You just won last round. That's a hilarious message to start chat with. If that's true, I'm going to lose my shit. But I doubt it is. Hello, by the way. I spent the whole round looking for Dark.
My bad, I deafened. This body is at Med Bay by the doors. And it's not Jay, but Texas.
Long round.
And whoever killed this, it was Monica was the Stitch.
Weird
Also,
round.
there's a
too.
grenadier.
Yeah.
Probably not Ricky.
We were grenadier.
As much as I hate saying it.
We do, because I went running through cafeteria
Yeah, they dropped a grenade in the
a
cafeteria.
little while
to
ago,
start
but I
the
was just running. I kept going to the left after I got flashed, because I'm like, nope, just please, nope.
Yeah, I just held right.
I just held left, and I'm like, please don't kill me. Not today.
Was that after comms came back on?
Before.
Before?
Yeah, before.
Chris, who bit you? Who bit you?
What?
Who bit you?
Who bit me?
Yeah.
Why are you saying I got bit?
Because initially you were green, now you're red. Who bit you?
Whoa. Whoa.
Executioner.
Go for it. Shoot me as I can.
I don't know what he's talking about.
That's quite a fun way of catching someone if they haven't been.
You got the ability to go pew pew.
Do it.
Pew pew.
Actually, it's funny Jay saying
Sailor,
that.
someone's
but-
claiming you've got a vampire in your jail. Their name was green and now it's red.
Weird what the
no.
jailer isn't going for. Oh, is going for, you know.
There we
Oh.
go.
Thank you, John. Now we're scared.
So that would mean what? If that's true, that Dark's Jester now?
Yes.
Immediate
Oh.
death after
That's good time. Whoever did that, good job.
I see I continue to be the skip button.
You're welcome.
One of the guessers has comedic timing. Keep that in mind.
Oh, it can't be me.
Can't be Jay. Sorry, Jay. Well, actually, I'm glad I saved my med shield then. There you go. Been med shielded. We've had a very crappy day of getting stuff like rolls and dying and all that. So I've just been trying to be funny. I had a solid chance round one and accidentally got the Jester voted out. What? Motherfucker. Why'd you kill me right in front of him? Oh, werewolf. Werewolf? Maybe?
Witness and Nav.
Oh my god.
Yo.
Okay, we are 3 venters.
We're not gonna worry about that for a second here. Oh, one of the people I was gonna accuse is dead.
Oh,
We have 3 venters, by the way.
Yeah.
Dude, that was so funny. My grenade is like, it's just fading from my vision.
I'm actually not
That
familiar
was
with that
funny,
movie.
right?
Checkmate.
Yeah.
Who was in storage pre-disperse?
So, wait, was it disperse?
Yeah.
Oh my, okay, so, I was in admin with 2 people, and then a grenade goes off. I think it was a grenade, like, dropped in storage or, like, calf or something. And then so I go up and like tap up and then tap left and then tap down to try and get through storage and then start running against the wall. And then when my vision clears, I'm in nav and there's lots of weird stuff going on.
Oh, I've heard of that movie.
Yeah, so right before the disperse,
That is a very
I
weird
was walking into storage
premise.
and I thought it was Ricky, and maybe it was you.
I've heard
that
of it.
saw
I
as
didn't
well.
recognize it by the title.
Dude, I wish I could tell you. I don't know where I got to if there was a disperse. Like
Yeah.
I was shocked. I was like, dude, did I get all
Definitely
the way to
feels
nav?
like a-
I'm the best player in the world.
And then
Some weird
I
shit
walked
Reddit
up
would make
and
up.
All right, I see the body at the edge of my vision and start going towards it, and then a disperse gets called.
I mean, we know one of the killers.
I see something, but oh, never mind. Okay, cool. Never mind. Yeah, I was just gonna say
That was probably our jester.
I was watching
Yeah.
taxis jump in and out of a vent, and then I got to a new place.
Oh.
Wrecked. That was
Everyone's dying and I don't know
double
what to
shot
do.
fail? I don't know.
My friends are dying.
I feel like those are
All
probably
my
some
friends
good
are
to go
dead.
for.
I trusted you, Dark. You did not lead me astray. Thank you.
They can still convert another vampire. This is gonna be tough. I did say my grenade. I kind of meant to say my grenade. I don't know if it was too sus, but I did mean to say my grenade as in like, yeah, because my screen was flashed. I don't know if that came across too bad though.
Yeah.
And your partner
Did
threw
you-
you under the bus.
Yeah, I appreciate the
Yeah,
layers you were going for.
Did
though.
did the other vampire guess you out, or did you guess yourself
yeah.
out?
I completely forgot that there was still another vampire in play. I even said at the start of the round, I was like, okay, so there's another vampire in play. And if they get another bite off, they're looking in a good spot.
Yeah, I was thrown out by the jester.
Well, I was your ex, then like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What the...
I was just trying to cast confusion because we had such a messy round. It was so funny. Zarka just straight up saw like two bodies next to us.
You got escape room, Jade.
Yeah, I'm surprised y'all didn't get caught killing me.
Ah, unlucky dog.
No way.
Oh, another fix.
Yay!
Hey, look, I win by being shy on admin table.
Proceed, I'm so sorry.
Well, it's because I had an executioner.
Okay,
It
press it
wasn't
again.
really a seer.
Press it again. No.
I gotta get the kill.
Yeah, it wasn't really a seer. It was an exie.
And honestly, I
Jester.
thought I was dead because I'm just like when Ozza made the slip up of saying my grenade, I was gonna shoot him as Grenadier, but I honestly thought he was gonna die.
That's why I thought, like I said,
No,
when
I mean,
Monica got
I
reported,
was trying to do like
target?
like a silly. I don't know what I was trying to go for there. I was
Yeah,
like,
so-
because you wouldn't say that if you were actually the Grenadier. So.
You intentionally made a slip up so they would think that because you slipped up you were good, when in fact you slipped up intentionally because you were bad.
Yeah.
I appreciate
I
the
thought I was
levels.
dead.
I think I tried to overthink it instead of, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah,
You
I was
overthought
going to
it instead of
guess-
thought it, which
yes,
is something
dark as
I
seer
do a lot.
that I discovered I couldn't guess.
I
Because
have
vampires
a,
can't guess.
I can see that.
I do have a mechanic question about the vampire.
Are you asking which one you think you want for, like you should get first, Jay or Ricky? Sorry.
I'm leaning towards death there. 'Cause I'm using
Death
the
was one of
deck
my first ones
Can
that I
you
got inked. It's a
bite
really good
them
one.
in?
Yeah, it's a good one.
No
I
idea
can only
what they're
get
talking
one
about.
of them because I'm 15 gold short.
Vicky.
Yeah.
I have no idea what they're talking about. We are Buttonberry Jester. I'm trying to think where the best place to stand is Jester to try and lure someone into wanting to harm us is. Motherfucker! Stop killing me! Let me do something. God damn it.
Stuck with us.
So I had to wait for someone in Decontam because it got
I
off
did
before
see
I
that,
could
and I
join.
think that's
And when I
fucking
enter
incredible.
Decontam, there is a dead trip in there.
Oh, he's Jug. Okay, that makes it
Well,
okay.
it's not. We just came running down from greenhouse. I just walked back. I'm at admin table right now.
Are you sure
The
they
speedy
didn't
demon,
just
I think it is.
trip on the doors going into Decontam?
Oops.
Was that a joke because their name is Trip?
Yes, it was really bad, and it was supposed to
Okay,
be
cool.
really bad.
Mm.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Got it. Well, someone needed to at
All
least
right.
point it out because if no one pointed it out, I think that'd be worse.
I have to run to the bathroom real quick, so I'm gonna skip.
I really hope no one kills it at the meeting table when the round is over.
How is Pristine Sheriff now?
P theory.
What?
Oh, that's a good point. What if this is like a big elaborate scheme because Brazine is a bad person and it's just like, listen, if I just say that I'm not
Yeah,
going to
it's-
do anything for a bit, I can
It's
live.
not my favorite role.
For reasons,
Like, I love having it, but it's
that are
just...
definitely role related. I can clear J right now.
It's real strong.
And I can clear Zarka because I've been with Zarka a while. So it's definitely not information I'm getting from other sources. Yep.
I
I
just.
can only, the Flash is the only person I can. Who is the Flash?
That's me.
I'll say,
I was about
I've
to
not been
say,
loving
I passed
Jailer.
by you as I was. Yeah.
Because since the jailer's able to privately talk to players,
know
they're
if
able to
clear
exchange
a
role
flasher
information.
from being
Oh yeah, that too.
Well,
say.
well. Let's not call me a flasher. That's a weird thing to
I've not been
call
liking
someone.
Jailer
I don't know.
because
entirely
the
different.
jailer is getting
That's a
so much
very
information
different
from
thing
every
than
other
what
role
I
in
actually
play.
am.
That's a
okay?
grenadier.
Where
Yeah.
a
I'm
lot of
gonna
people,
rate my
myself
Jailer
included,
As a
are
10.5 out of 10.
incorrectly
Okay.
shooting Jailer
Hell yeah.
because they have
If
role
you were,
information.
like, already
But that's
naked
only because
or
they
to be a
jailed
flasher,
someone
you
with
have
that
to
role earlier
actually,
in the
like,
round,
take
and
off
we're
your
able to
trench coat
Well,
to
so
flash
then it
it.
would just be
text
streaking.
freely
wouldn't
to
it?
them.
I guess, yeah.
Oh, old school. We're going streaking.
Which is, I would say, streaking is
Good movie.
morally less bad somehow, even though it's more.
It's
nudity.
I think
I
they're
would probably
both. It
agree.
depends on the context, I think, of where you're going streaking and like
Definitely.
how that works.
See, things like that I love with Jailer. Things like what happened when I was imposter. Somehow the jailer had previously jailed the seer, so had all the seer's information. I had no way of being able to know that because I killed the seer. But then, we killed the seer. I think my partner got him. And then the jailer just had the seer's information. So I obviously shot them as seer, but they were jailer. Things like that. It's just like being able to... It feels like a role that can basically private chat to another role of their, like another person of their choice, and has the option to kill them, just feels like too many things a role can do. Too many tools in the toolbox, you know? Oh yeah, on this, seer information is also very, it's very wrong. Well, I know that information, but I knew that the, I had information about the person they were claiming could kill, and they couldn't.
What have you witnessed?
Which really threw me off.
There was a button. There was a button to report a body, and then it disappeared.
Where did it disappear?
Got the jester voted out.
Wait, your button does two.
It was a very confusing round.
The button to report the body disappeared.
Where'd you see it?
Near you, Dance.
I actually like
sorry.
The seer showing.
My bad,
I
bad,
was actually
Ricky,
trying
I'm
to
so
look for it.
sorry.
I ran past it and I was trying to find it and it disappeared as well.
Also,
I
Jay
didn't know
changed
what
it
was
back
on.
so that seers can
Uh-huh.
now see when people
where
are bitten
is
by
this?
vampires, which didn't used to be a thing.
Like
oh
the-
no,
the-
that wasn't actually
I
what it
was-
was. It was
I was on the left side of the
executioner
line, I was trying to
that
move
turned to
upwards,
jester,
and then I saw it
because their target was
report
bitten.
near
I don't know
the
if he actually
It
undid
was
that.
where Dance was coming from.
That interaction with vampires.
Yes, that's what I was looking for. Like I've said 3.5 times.
We've got a lot of roles in here.
It wasn't where I was coming from, so you were heading the wrong direction if you were looking for it.
I don't know where.
I don't actually know what
I said
deputy
very
does.
Blatantly.
I don't remember what. I've only seen it in play once today.
I don't think the range is that wide, Dance.
You'd be
I'll
surprised.
say-
The range is a lot wider than the actual vision you get, unless you have imposter
I
vision. in which
definitely
case, fair
think
enough.
that
I only
as
saw,
it's going
I only saw
on,
Dance.
I've started to like the new roles less and less for the most part. Like I don't like Hunter. Hunter just
Hold on a
seems to be
minute, how am I
better
getting
sheriff
roped
in
into
every
this?
way.
How am I getting roped into this? Hello?
King.
Because I'm decided.
Damn.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay.
Wait, why am I actually bad here? What?
you know,
No, I'm not
I
bad.
did
Leaving it
actually.
there just in case.
I did actually have a rules question for Jay
Okay, I'm gonna
because
skip because
Jay
you were
hunted
wrong.
round one of the games, so I as
I said I was
arsonist
skipping
assumed he
beforehand.
was
I'd like it
bad
on the record. I
because
did say I was
caught him,
I can't do
but
that.
didn't say
I'd
anything.
like everyone to know.
But we have a rule to
I
get sheriffing
can't
on
do
round
that.
one.
It felt like it felt like Dan took that shot.
Nope, I didn't. I didn't.
I don't know.
I'm being targeted by the.
I considered sheriffing round one
Oh,
this game
really?
actually
Yes.
You are the.
because
How can you get
No,
targeted?
I'm
Jay
not.
hunted
Yeah,
round
I'm pretty
one.
sure.
I'm a good
It's coming
person.
from
So I
I
thought
just
there's a
may or
chance
may
that
not
was-
have done an accident and found a really.
What the
cool
fuck is
thing
the
where
Valorant
if I
spray
kill a
roll?
janitor, then they get to clean themselves. It's really nice.
I have no idea what that is.
Sure.
Here's the funny thing is that you killed me and Jay cleaned me. My partner. Dance.
Oh, Soul
Dance is
Collector. We turned it off, actually. It was on previously. I actually have a rules question. Normally this lobby doesn't do sheriff shots first round, but Jay Hunter shot first round. So can you Hunter shot, but not sheriff shoot?
Yeah, so sheriff shooting is really wonky because it either only kills bad or kills yourself. And it just throws a whole wrench in literally.
Who killed the tiny bean?
Oh,
So
interesting.
Oh, okay.
I'm confused. Does
It
anyone
was
know what it is?
interesting. No idea. All I know is Ricky said it was interesting and then died.
might get lovers win. We can hope.
Interesting.
So where's everybody else?
I am in reactor.
Cool. What about Red?
Are you really, Waffle?
I went in there right as comms got called, yeah.
Is Jay also in there?
Okay.
I did not
wasn't
see
there,
Jay.
but I'm in labs right now. But I don't think I've seen a decontam go. I could
Red?
be wrong, but I would have thought I maybe see it.
Red, where you at?
I'm in
Red doesn't-
greenhouse.
Oh, there we go.
I've been trying to do that leaf tax the whole time, but body keep getting reported.
Ah.
I think I only put one leaf.
I trust Red. I've seen Red too much this game for Red to have not killed me.
Well, I'm not sure that I Red's crew or not, but
I don't think they have a kill button though. Like not just a straightforward one.
Totally crew. Not bad at all.
Also, I always love when like someone
Oh,
follows
right, that was a little suspicious.
and then immediately unfollows
I
when I
just
don't
know
acknowledge
that,
they followed me.
when you quote unquote scanned with me, it didn't really look like you
Red always
scanned.
fakes.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What are you proposing?
Oh, I actually had my big.
Hello?
Bye.
Goodbye.
Hey, we appreciate our lurkers. Hello. Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you.
Who's Monica?
Oh.
Job.
As soon as you said that, I'm like, you're
so
gonna
Jay,
get
did I
shot
kill
now.
your partner there? Is that what happened?
Yes,
Yeah,
you did. I cleared my partner.
Alright, fair
You can
enough.
press play again,
I,
by the way. Press it again.
I knew Dark Wolver had a kill button though with my
Ooh.
CFRs.
Oh. It's
I'm
also
noob-
Jailer comes up as red too. Because remember,
I'm
last
noob
week-
enough
It does,
to.
yeah, Jailer,
Yeah.
Any
Sheriff,
killing roll.
The jailer reveals who
It's
they
not like
were.
there's like a lot of good guy
Also-
rolls that do that.
Anta
Also,
does it.
Exy, apparently.
Oh, actually,
Yeah, there's an option for neutral evils to show up.
What does
Interesting.
Jester come out as?
If it's neutral evil selected, then which it is, it'll be red.
Oh, that would explain the.
That helps. That helps.
That would explain the Jester win earlier.
Oh well, I was
Well,
actually.
He was actually originally when I scanned him, and then
Yeah.
when I died, he's still red, but the jailer still said he was red. So
Weird.
Jay,
I
was
still
very-
help you win.
I didn't know how to do it, and I was really annoyed that I actually wasn't an imposter right there, because I was like, please call it sabotage, please. Monica definitely saw this.
Oh,
I
crap, I
did
did the
see
thing.
it.
Yeah, Monica saw it and saw Jay
I saw
clean.
everything.
Yeah.
Jay,
Yeah,
why
I
did
just
you
tried to
understand
be
so much
told-
that I needed
I'll
you
try and
to-
do that. That's fun.
to
That is a funny
call
bit.
sabotage? Why didn't
You needed me in
When
that
I'm a
moment, and I
neutral.
didn't
If
deliver.
I get
I am
neutral, I'll
sorry.
do that.
That's
And there was no way I was
completely on me.
calling one either.
That's fair. God,
I'm
you're
so sorry.
pissed.
I'm a tiebreaker. What am I? Transporter tiebreaker. I mean, tiebreaker, like transporter, is such a. It's such a weird role. You know what? Fuck it, I'll do it. Fuck it, we ball, I guess. Myself. Waffle. Hello. I'll wait it. What the fuck? Oh, it's tiny. I'll do it when there's like there. We have it so that everyone can see the jail box. So like everyone can see when there's a jailer in effect. I've just decided I'm swapping waffle. Oh, I'm flipping a waffle. Oh.
That sucks.
Whoever the transporter is, you suck.
That sucks.
Yes, I do.
This is not Ricky. Now, who was the other? Was it Trips in 02?
Waffles in 02, and I ran over Dancy.
Yes, I was in O2. I got transported.
Because Ricky, as we were walking out, that's basically when the body just had died. We were walking out there.
Okay.
This is outside of, like, the right side of weapons heading towards admin.
I can probably clear whoever got swapped with, which I'm assuming is Waffle based on their exclamatory.
I was with Jay and Zarka at the end of the round. We were dancing over a vent. I didn't know what was going on. I just saw them dancing, and I got really excited.
I've been sent from. I was doing wires up top, then I got sent to specimen where I have nothing. Went up to lab, and then I got sent to O2.
I got sent from specimen where I had tasks to electrical where I had wires, then O2 to laboratory.
Oh, so it's you and me getting swapped. I hate this.
Yeah. Welcome to hell. Population's us.
Get wrecked.
Well,
I
seems
have
like we figured out a lot of things today.
information that Jay has a button.
Jay has a button.
Yes, I stole that joke from chat.
I'm not saying it's a touching roll.
It's funny.
I'm just saying, yeah.
That's a stop.
Wait, Jay, are you talking? Jay, can you talk?
He has a roll.
Jay, can you talk?
Jay's muted in Discord.
Okay. Is he AFK
might
or
be-
is he blackmailed?
He was dancing literally as this round started on a vent.
Yeah, you said
Right,
you
guys
was
are blackmailer. Yeah, I don't know. I
Maybe
didn't.
blackmailed.
I just saw them dancing on the vent, so I went over and started dancing. Like I literally did exactly what you did.
In that case, I'm going to skip, so hopefully Jay can button and give us their unblackmailed information.
I thought it
hasn't
auto
voted,
votes, or is
so
that-
he probably doesn't know who's
You
blackmailer.
can change the setting for that.
Oh yeah, okay.
No,
Or at least tell us what he saw.
I'm voting you.
I wish you could make it so it would force you to.
I voted
Oh my
Dance.
god, Dance is the blackmailer.
No, I
I'm the
voted
blackmailer.
Dance.
No,
I
Jay
voted
voted
Dance.
Dance.
No.
I
Jay voted me.
That's
Jay voted me. Can't believe it.
SMH. To make it less obvious on the transporter, I'm going to keep transporting Waffle because it's funny. But now I'm going to swap Waffle and Jay. At least this first time. Waffle and Jay. I like to occasionally stir up some chaos.
Wait, what?
Oh.
I was gonna accuse Waffle's a restart. This is in office on the left side, like near the vent where there would have been.
Office left side.
Yeah, Dance is probably about maybe 8 to 10 seconds.
I did.
old, 'cause
I got
stopped
them
dropping
killed.
Vitals, and Waffle is between the time it took me to go to vitals to go to the body. That's the period.
Last round, I was blackmailed last round. I was dancing on the vent because someone was hiding in it. Because I've got radar. And I just got, near the end of that round, I got transported. It's going to put me close, but the wheels outside of admin, and someone was in the vent.
Oh. How did you
Wait,
know
was
someone
Zarka,
in that
wasn't
vent?
Zarka in this area too?
Radar?
Oh no, was I
Yeah,
fucking
I've got
with a
that's what I'm saying,
jester?
yeah, I've got radar.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I thought Zarka was in this area too.
Zarka's
wait, that makes
in lab.
Yeah,
I
that
was.
makes sense.
Pick up the
knew
vibe,
that
okay.
I
Yeah,
was.
that was earlier on then.
I was doing my switch from after the maze. Zarka came in. Zarka's big. I just got my scan
Big boy.
interrupted.
I'm sorry, where was the body again?
Left side of office, like not too far from that vent.
I'm all alone in Specimen.
I think we might have gotten the bad
I
person
am
killed.
still at the table invisible.
What do you mean you're invisible?
I'm a shy guy.
Shy.
He's shy, yeah.
He blushes a lot.
I wanted to do the same trick. I'd stood in front of you while you were shy. And I was like, please, someone kill me, so I can just pick it up.
No, you were doing that, and then I was like, oh, he wants me to dance back, and then I clocked that I should have just stood there.
Yeah. I wanted to do the strat.
Monica's been completely silent, so I'm going to throw. Monica, are you blackmailed? Or do you have the ability
I am
to talk?
not black.
Is anyone blackmailed this
Is
round?
anyone blackmailed?
Taxis?
I cannot reveal pertinent information. No, I'm not.
Taxis not speaking.
Taxis might be blackmailed. I actually think Monica's blackmailer. So we're gonna swap Monica forever. With me, hoping I can swap onto a body. Or I swap Jay and Monica right here. Jay, Monica. What the fuck? There we go. Thank you. We appreciate our lurkers. I'm somehow being, I think, a beneficial source of chaos because we got Waffle killed. Ooh. Weird. Oh, Monica's bad. Monica's bad, I think. I think Jay's good. I think Monica's bad. Why was she still in there? What? Hi, Riki. Didn't do the walk. I run. Oh.
I didn't expect 3 dead. Well, Taxi's body is just to the right of admin door.
Who has been in Specimen recently? Because I believe Monica was killed in the Specimen doors. Because I got transported to Specimen doors top by Medbay, and her pet is dead in there.
I was not in Specimen this time. I finished everything I needed in there last time.
Brad, what were you doing on the admin table? You see anything?
I saw 2 in admin. That's it. I wasn't paying attention.
Well, me and Jay were also.
I mean, office.
I just finished scan. Rika was on me for the last half of scan.
I'm guessing, Trip, you fixed the comms because I saw
did.
your name around that area.
Yeah. Jay, what are you? You're being
Me?
very strange. Yes.
Oh, I'm good.
Me?
No, me. I just ran
Oh.
up there and then wanted to dance. I was like, yeah.
I think
Joe's been even stranger. Red's been even stranger, in my opinion.
Why?
I'm kind of hoping there's at least opposing factions still left here that are bad because I could suss everybody here, right, including myself.
I think
Everyone
I just
can
think you
talk.
are.
So no one's blackmailed? Okay.
yeah, we all have our speaking abilities.
I think Ozzo is the blackmailer, by the way.
That's fair.
But I can't say that with certainty.
I suspected Monica was bad, which is why I'm confused she's dead.
No, Monaco's a transporter,
Ah.
in my opinion. I think Red's Jester, by the way. I'm pretty confident.
Probably. She's just sitting at admin table, like hiding. I thought she was Survivor.
Y'all. So, by doing that swap, I think Jay killed Monica. We think Waffle was bad. I'm not going to swap, so they don't know what role I am. Because Jay, in death, covered for me. Fuck! No, I was doing such a good job with the crew! God damn it! He was waiting for the bite cooldown. Shit! God! Oh, it's a little dark. I'm so upset! I was solving it. I was solving it.
I had shot Red. I had Red circle. I was like, no, I won't get voted.
Wait,
I won't get voted.
Was that a lovers win or a vampire win? Because it's shown as vampire for me.
Vampire
for me. Oh,
It's shown
It
as
should be
both,
lovers.
It's shown as both. I've got both
should-
specs.
yeah.
Both, I guess.
Jay, are we
Oh
okay
my
with
God.
Because that should be
Yep,
be
yes,
lovers, right? Like lovers overrules other win condition.
Yeah,
It's
should be
supposed to, I
lovers.
thought.
I couldn't get anybody in my damn trap the whole time.
As transporter,
Yeah.
I was screwing over the crew, and then one is a vampire. So you know what? I thought I was doing a great job, like, screwing with the bad guys. Turns out I was exclusively screwing over my teammates. But then it became a vampire, so
Yeah.
it's totally fine, I guess.
Ricky's lover was lying to him, telling him that she was an imp, when she was actually a jester the whole time.
Incredible.
Let's be real. Transporter is neutral evil at best.
Yeah.
I like using it sometimes to like try and like if I'm sus of someone, I'll randomly switch places with them to see if they're near a body.
Oh, that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
I just kept being wrong.
You just kept taking me and throwing me to everywhere I didn't have anything.
Actually, I did you, then I did Jay, then I did Monica.
It's on-site trip.
Totally fine. I thought it was funny. I was joking that I was flipping the waffle.
It's one of those things that, like...
Make sure it's cooked on both sides.
Yeah.
I feel like it plays better with things like proxy, where you can communicate a strategy.
Yeah.
Like, you find somebody that you trust, and you, like, use them to figure stuff out.
Hate vampire because you can play your best crew and get punished for it. What?
Well, that was fast.
Jay just exploded.
Swooper or?
Brizine?
It was Swooper.
Yeah, Brizine did not lunge. I can tell you that
I
much.
was running to...
I know, you and Jay were right in front of me, that's why I was just asking,
Yeah. It looked like a
Brizine?
sheriff shot, but I don't think that's a thing.
Would, so
I'd
you
like
know,
it on the record that I'm
if
the
people
one
are
out of
side
two
by
hands.
side.
You're welcome.
Any
is
clears
this?
from swoopers?
Nope.
Well, I
Where
could
is
see Trip, and so Trip's not a swooper.
Anyone with anyone else?
Where is
Brizine was right in front of me.
Chat?
Yeah, I was running to reactor, and...
I'll say that
Very
next meeting.
clearly that I'm the one out of two hands on reactor, and no one's counterclaiming.
Why do you even know if
I
it's
didn't
one out of
see
two?
a hand on reactor.
God, look at the thing. It helps.
Well, okay. I'm not gonna let you self-clear. I'm so sorry.
I'm not self. You're all rude for not checking things. Fine. I'm not. Who knows where I am? I'm not on reactor. It's a ghost. Jay was
Brizzy and
probably
Trip.
present.
Brizzy and Trip aren't swoopers.
Yeah.
Where is this? I've been asking for the last minute.
Oh, sorry.
It's
There's a lot
upper
of...
engine. Upper
Sorry.
engine.
Yeah, upper...
Okay.
There are a lot of
I-
voices.
Monica-
Sorry.
I can clear Monica for this because Monica stayed on weapons after
Okay.
the thing was called.
Yeah.
Waffle and Brazine went to the left. I went down to check to see if I could find a bodies the right side. and there's nothing
Ricky,
but 2.5.
I appreciate the clear, but why did you like stop mid weapons?
Because I figured there was a kill on right side, and as a crew, I was like, "This is where I'm gonna go and see if I can find any bodies."
Okay.
We're what,
Monica
sorry?
should be able to clear me from being super too, because she saw me go down.
I mean, I could clear you from this kill. I just think you might have been faking weapons.
Oh, no swoop.
No, I only got like 10 done. What I think is not stopping is an underutilized skill.
For once,
I
we
see,
get
I see.
combo,
Who stops?
So dance might not be bad. There's no
Let's
combo.
go.
So Zarka doesn't have a clear, does he?
Who knows
Well,
where I
no,
was?
so
though? God,
Dance is saying that they're in
I was alone
reactor with a
running the
hand on the
reactor.
thing, but a swooper could have killed and gone and put their hand on a thing too. On,
pretty close.
If it's
yeah,
upper
who knows
engine.
where? Who knows where I am?
Okay,
Whoever
Axie.
Whoever said I was on reactor.
Oh my god. What? We're gonna pretend to be Jester. Alright? We're gonna pretend to be Jester until the end. What the fuck? Oh no! I think that's the real Jester. I should have killed him. I should have killed him, but how was I going to know they were going to hop in the vent?
I don't know if this was a super or he share shot me, but this is in reactor.
How long ago?
It just happened.
Okay. Brazine, Zarka, myself. Who else is there?
I think, I'm
I
passing
think
over
I saw
Taxi.
Monica. I know I saw a
Taxi in the
little
admin
teeny
area?
tiny one.
It was around.
Taxi, you're in the admin area, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
what we're
was
talking
in
about. It's
comics
admin.
before.
No, I was talking about who fixed comms.
Oh, I fixed comms.
Waffle.
Waffle was there. Zarka was there.
Taxis was there.
Gravine was
I guess they
there.
technically
I
could've
wasn't
gone
on
to
this
reactor
sabotage. I didn't do this one.
because I was able to get over to weapons afterwards. That's pretty close to reactor, like
Ugh.
in terms of distance.
I will say early in
Yeah.
the round, the weapons vent did flap, and then like 5 seconds later, Dance came walking through. I don't know if he passed someone who jumped into a vent or he came out of the vent.
I was, if early in the round, I was on
Yes.
shields. Waffle passed by me. I walked upwards. I think I walked by
Yes.
Ricky, all the way up through. Like I didn't do anything there.
So one of those flaps was me. One of those wasn't me. One of those I think was Dance.
This is
Good
really moving
Good
forward
talk.
today.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that probably all of us who are in admin right now are clear.
I'm gonna pretend I was blackmailed actually.
Yeah, and this did not just happen.
I'm just gonna.
Oh, it did not. I thought it just
oh,
did.
I
Then
thought,
you can't really
I thought
kill
you
people.
said it just.
No, Red said that, but I'm
Ah.
saying it didn't.
How long ago did it happen then?
Like 4 or 5 seconds.
Oh, then I will absolutely clear Brazine, Zarka, myself, and Waffle, who were all
Wait,
at.
Red, why is Taxi saying differently than you?
I don't know.
Taxis, why are you saying? Why are one of you saying differently than the other? That's
Dance
all
is
I'm
trying to figure out roles. I'm gonna say he's evil.
So I'm in
I skipped
storage,
already,
by
I
the way,
wasn't
not in
trying
admin.
Yeah, no, but you're good for the skill.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure information was accurate.
Oof. This is sad but true.
I found a fallen former ferret.
Say that 10 times fast.
Where's
Fallen
that?
former ferret, fallen former ferret, fallen former ferret, fallen former ferret. I can feel myself starting to stumble
alright.
over it.
Where's what? Where's the body?
Top of storage.
Yeah, I don't think it's Trip because I've seen Trip go to weapons.
Any
Correct.
idea how long ago?
I have a little bit of after
Let's
this.
have taxis
Yeah.
before we figure out how long ago it was.
Oh.
Right now.
Oh.
Is this? Is it bait?
No, not that.
How
No.
dare you?
I'm just I'm asking taxis, not you. It's fine.
Yeah, somehow I feel like I'm involved in that.
It's weird. Anyway, Trip. You
Not
said you
likely Monica then if it's fresh because she's with me in reactor.
True.
Oh, so you're the 2 people I left there. Oh, didn't leave. I didn't leave you there, but yeah, I got an arrow towards you.
Yeah, hi. I was blackmailed last round. So we have a blackmailer in play. Or
That
maybe
is great
half.
information.
I was at weapons end of last round, didn't get to finish. I finished them this round. Was about to head to O2 when it started getting dinged. The only thing I saw was I also saw a vent flap in nav. But it flapped twice in nav, so I'm thinking whoever was caught was probably a jester. Because they went in and right back out.
Trip, there was also a vent flap in weapons as well.
I did not see that one.
Just you, bestie.
If they keep flapping like this, they're gonna fly away.
That is how that works.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's probably not actually bait then. Taxi might have some stuff. I haven't seen Waffle this round. I don't know. I'm gonna
See if they
I
bought that.
think it's
I'm gonna vote
Red.
this person right here. I think about that person.
It's not me though.
Someone else agreed with me.
You lied last round.
I'm glad to see we're in consensus.
I
Oh.
almost voted Reddit instead of skipping. Should have done it.
Zarka.
What?
Oh, got my med to finish. Dang it! No, red.
Oh. Huh? Riz?
What's up?
Red was exactly with you. You guys are like
What?
marching side by side.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
Red just
what?
fell over. I don't know if Red sheriffed me or if we do have a swooper or something.
Yeah, I don't do the
It's
the
confirmed we have
chat merge
super,
very
like, that's
often.
been a thing for
Yeah,
a while.
yeah.
That feels.
Yeah. Or
Was it
maybe
hard
Monica
to
killed. I
confirm?
don't know.
Or just suspected. Monica was standing still, right?
Yeah, Monica was standing still there, so I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Monica's
Said I was
sitting
just
at the table
walking.
right now.
Yeah, that's why I left her.
Zark and Waffle are in a reactor.
Yeah, I saw Zarka go by first, and then like 3 seconds later, I saw Red and Riz walk by.
I'm very confused about what that was.
Wait, where were
Yeah,
you?
I'm in cafeteria. I'm shy, so I'm just watching stuff.
Ah,
Okay.
He's a little shy guy.
Where are you, Dance?
Upper reactor. Or sorry, engine. My bad.
And Waffle?
I'm in reactor right now.
Yeah, I can clear Waffle and Zarka.
You can clear.
But
Okay.
I
Texas,
came
how long ago did
from-
this happen?
Oh, I don't have any info.
You've
Yeah, I think
had the
it's
info
fine.
every single round.
You're
Texas.
fine.
You've been the guiding
Yeah, no,
light.
the only info I had was from when Red lied. I've been lying too.
Wait, you were lying to. What do you mean you were lying?
what?
No, I told you the truth about Red, but I didn't know about the other body in storage, so I I don't know. But I knew Red lied.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we're just gonna glass. What?
This
I
be
don't know.
bait,
No, I think.
or is it literally
did
just on the
Dark
ground?
say that he saw it fall over too?
No,
Okay,
just
no,
I said
I'm
it
just-
just fell over as
just
I was
asking.
walking to
walking
reactor.
Side by side. I didn't see.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Where was it,
Yeah.
by the way?
It's at cafeteria because I said we were
Oh.
walking. We just passed Monica and she exploded, and
Unless Monica's arsonist. Just playing.
that's possible.
How? How do they forget? Every time. And he's the only one killing. Literally the only one killing.
I have some questions for Red. What the heck?
No comment.
I was a glitch and I didn't kill anyone because I'm like, okay, I'll wait to emerge later.
Chance is the only one who's killed anybody, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. See, I didn't kill because my lover told me that they were the swooper. So I'm like, okay, I'll let you whittle people down. I'll pretend to be Jester. Then we win. But no.
Damn.
Instead, I spend one of my only killing rounds in Event to help my lover, who is in fact not evil. What is a lookout, by the way? I'm not familiar with that role.
It's really cool. I'll explain it after.
Ay, 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 ay. Who's that walking over from the left side?
That was me. Because Taxis and I were over on the left side.
Yeah.
So
What's
either
happening
you
there?
this is a cafeteria, just basically on the left side.
If that's happening, I'm on. What is it called? I'm on the actual comms right now.
I'm surprised you're not a reactor. You've been in reactor every round.
Nope, I was in. Well, okay, I was. First round, I was in the reactor. Not every round, whatever. Doesn't matter. Taxis, Waffle, can
Let
we
me look
clear
up.
each other?
Let me look
Yeah.
out.
I can clear Taxis.
I can clear
Okay.
Waffle.
I can't
Yeah,
clear
same.
Briz because I don't know who is here because I don't see anything.
I was just walking into communications when this was reported.
Oh, I
Where did
didn't
you come
understand
from?
your joke at first. That's all the thing in
Dark
tomfoolery. It makes more sense
calling
when cut like that.
Button, or reporting this makes them feel good. And then, is it? I mean, is it just Briz? Or is it
But I
Dark?
came
Is
from
Dark doing
electrical.
Dark, did you didn't hit bait? I don't.
No.
Have we had bait?
Waffle-
No, this was on the
Waffle-
ground. This is on the ground.
I feel like
I
Zarka
think this
hit
is
bait one of
dance.
the previous rounds. Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry, but my gut
Oh.
feeling.
That's
What's your
rude.
What's your gut feeling, Taxi?
Dance.
Why dance?
Lookout? Where is Lookout? There is Lookout.
I don't
Yes,
like
why
working-
dance?
I
This
don't
is
like
where you-
working on gut
Oh,
feelings.
why?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
I have a gut
Gross.
feeling. My whole inside is telling me it's you because you could have killed on left three cafeteria and then ran to communications.
So I could. What?
Yeah,
I
you
don't know.
killed.
I'm voting.
Wow, Lookout seems
Actually-
very
Oh
good.
my gosh.
I don't know. What?
Wait.
I'm getting
Oh.
prosecuted? What?
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 I'm not in control. Oh, my vote doesn't matter.
Just
Why
like
did
real
I
life.
get prosecuted? I didn't do anything. Okay, I killed the person on comms.
Dude, if they just get straight back on
Wow,
the
Brizzy, I
we might
protected
actually
you.
clutch this.
I protected you, Brizzy, and then you murdered me.
Has anyone got tasks?
Oh, this has been a round of
Oh my
betrayal.
god, Dark
Why?
has 0 tasks done.
Why?
I caught Dance coming out of.
If
It's a
you
double shot, by the way,
manage my
so they-
bomb,
Oh,
yeah, if
he's
you manage
double-
my
okay,
bomb,
never mind. Yeah, he just wins. Just
He
gets
pretty much just
prosecuted
wins. GG go
twice.
next. Well, actually,
Yeah.
this is biology at least.
Oh, yeah, the lobby's running short today.
Yeah,
Yeah, because of the
daylight saving.
daylight savings.
I
There you
just
go.
realized this doesn't matter at this point, does it? I'm gonna go with the 50-50 shot that I didn't get rid of the prosecutor already. Let's go.
There you go.
Yeah,
Fuck.
fuck.
Ow.
I did get one right.
Let's just say, I was sussed every single damn round, and Briz kills one person and gets fucking prosecuted. What the hell?
I told you it's
There
dance.
was,
Then we
there was a
died.
round where you cleared every single person in the lobby apart from Dance and then skipped.
Well,
it was wild.
It
Yeah,
was so
that's, unfortunately, I was underdog, so yeah.
And-
Hey, that was
I
Yeah,
caught-
knew
Dance,
it
it was
was
between
you.
you and Briz with a.
I caught
Oh my
Dance coming
God.
out of fucking
So
swoop.
there
and
were
then
a
was, like,
couple of times where
sprinting
I
back to the
dropped
table.
bombs and bodies were reported before the bomb finished going off.
Alright, GG's everyone.
Right, GG's everyone.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank you,
you.
everyone.
Bye,
Thanks for the
Have a good
lobby.
night, guys.
Bye.
See you
Dance.
guys.
yes.
Bye.
You know,
Oh,
obviously
Dark,
for
can I
the
talk
next
to you for a
few
second?
weeks, or you,
Yeah,
you,
yeah, go
you guys
ahead.
can
Waiting room. The other one.
Dance.
Is there?
or
Oh, there's something happening
red,
here. Probably.
Dance or red, yeah. If you, because obviously I can only play 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
If you want to start the lobby an hour early and I join an hour late, you're more than welcome to. If you want to host it.
So that's been Among Us today. Not sure if I'll stream something else. We didn't really have any good rounds. We had a funny round, a funny moment, but didn't really do anything today. That was okay. I enjoyed it nonetheless. Now I need to think. Do I want to keep streaming or not? Oh, I just realized I never posted my Blue Sky live. Dang it. That's okay. Oh yeah, I'll remember that. But it might be a little while before I play again because it's on Mondays with this group, and I'm looking around for groups that don't play on Mondays. I just need to put myself out there more. Be less afraid to initiate conversation with people I've done like 10 plus streams with at this point. I've been really hyper fixated on Terraria, but I also kind of want to play Minecraft. But I need to check with who I have planned with later. IRL plans with later. When I hear back from them, I will decide. But the rest of this week is very much in flux. Because my plan was to stay here all week, but I might be It turns out I might not be here a few of the days. I don't know. My spring break is very chaotic and unorganized at present. Just kind of feeling my way through. I'm going to start loading up Feed the Beast. Because that's what I'm most likely playing next. If I'm waiting to see what time something is tonight. I also might need to... I had plans for a Lethal Company stream tomorrow that I may or may not still be able to do. Loaded it up. My eyes are really bothering me. I got very little sleep last night. Because I'm out of stomach meds. One of the reasons I have to go out tonight is pick up more. Jesus, my eyes. Well, well, both. Only one of them sees, but they both still feel shit. They both still experience stimuli. I'm also curious what caused the Twitter outing this morning. People are saying DDoS. Which, if so, very based. But I kind of doubt it. It's possible, though. He's shitty enough that it's worth it. I have to be careful how I say that, actually. Because what's... Apparently it was DDoS. With a group called Dark Storm taking credit. Interesting. Interesting. Who pingeth me? Oh, it's this channel I haven't turned off at everyone in yet. Don't laugh at me, chat, but I have freaking a Kesha song stuck in my head, but I can't remember what it's called. Because I keep seeing TikToks of like that 360, like turning your hand with the camera thing to it. That song. I know you're not Shazam, but maybe some of you know what song I'm going on about. Is that TikTok? Is that song TikTok? That might just be the verse from TikTok Kesha lyrics. No, it's not. Take it off, that's it. It's the There's a place downtown where the freaks all come around. It's a hole in the wall. It's a dirty free-for-all. That's the do-do-do-do-do. That's a freaking 15-year-old song now. God damn. So I guess I'm going to play Minecraft till I hear about my IRL plans this evening. Actually, speaking of TikTok, one thing I've talked about previously that I've actually changed my mind about is one thing I previously said is that I wasn't really had any plans to do any sort of TikTok trend shit, or even if I really wanted to, I just wasn't going to interface with that. I was going to stick to just really uploading TikToks for the podcast, which I need to get better at doing that. Podcast in general, really, I need to put more work into that. But for some reason, I was previously very dead set on just using it for Twitch clips. But I gotta change my mind about that because for no other reason that I think I've evolved a little bit as a person. I used to see doing TikTok shit, even if you find it funny or fun, I used to see it as kind of cringe. But I've kind of evolved past cringe. Like, I don't care if someone perceives me as cringe if I'm enjoying myself. What? Please use NeoForge. What? Is Dio alive? He is. Did he update the... Incompatible client, please use NeoForge 21.1.1.5. Huh? Want to run that by me again? NeoForge 21.1. I can't update it while I'm live, so looks like we'll be doing something else. Let me look at my little checklist. I mean, I've been super fucking hyperfixated on Terraria, so I might do more Terraria. No. Because I don't have a lot of time to stream, and when I'm doing the Watcher, it's gonna be, or the Witness, sorry. I need to be able to sit down and do like 2, 3, 4 hours, and I don't have that kind of time today as far as I know. I'm actually pretty certain I don't have that kind of time today. Because I'm literally, like, when I receive a certain message, I'm just going to end the stream. So we're going to be mostly building and fishing, but, Waiting for someone to get off work and then go out get some of the shit I need that I can't drive myself to physically obtain. So we're probably going to finally start our elevator. Build the Dryad room. No, excuse me. Sorry. No, stomach meds means lots of burps. Let me update the stream stuff. Oh, it's looks like it's actually client. I need to update my FTB, which I also can't do while I'm live, but there we go. Oh, I forgot I've got stuff to open. We have goodies. Huh, nothing I can quick stack to. Alright. More temporary chests. Oh! We did some organizing at the end and that didn't get saved. Oh crap, what did I do at the end of last? Yeah, I made that, so I've still got that. That's right, because I got basically nothing useful from the... Never mind, we got frickin' Tsunami in a bottle this time. Wait, did we get different stuff from our crates this time? What? Because that's amazing. Tsunami in a bottle is incredible. We now have a double jump. Hell yeah. So we make workbench, chair, I also thought I'd already gotten the water bucket. I guess some of it didn't autosave properly. That's now compatible for the Dryad to move in. What's your fishing quest? Sure, we can try and fish in the corruption. I see no way that'll bite me in the ass. Those sunflowers will hold off the corruption spread, but... For the fishing, it can be underground corruption, so we're going underground. Ow. I missed my dash. I mean, we can break this. For some extra demonite. Can this break Ebonstone? No. Hey, we got our dryad. Nice. I don't have any bombs on me, otherwise I'd blow up 2 of these. We don't want to fight the Eater. Eater of Worlds, that is. Here we go. A place we can fish. We'll just hope the summons protect us. Smile. I see no way this could go wrong. They're doing a great job. I hear it. Oh, they're the orbs. Oh, I forgot. It's not the altar to hammer. It's the orbs. Come on, give us the corrupt fish, whatever it's called. Stop giving me bass. Bass or ass. Specular fish is good. The specular fish will stop being good once we get a magic mirror. Eventually. Should have brought more bait with me. One of the other reasons we need to make a fishing spot, which requires us to clear out lots of area. Come on. Pretty please. Give me the fish. That's a shoe. I would like a fish. That's another specular fish. I don't need that. Give me the quest fish. That's another Joja-Cola. Dude, I've not thought about Crash Bandicooting forever. Wish I had brought some bombs with me. I forgot, how the corruption works. Also, I should put this up there now that I'm out of bait. Nice. I have to remember, I now have a double jump and a dash. Actually, I should collect this. The topaz are a nice bonus, but... Please give me seeds. Yay! That was one of the last plants we needed seeds for. I think maybe the last plant we needed seeds for besides deathweed. Thank you. There we go. Get him. Don't hurt the skeleton. Excuse me, you have a targeting reticle. Go fight, kill. Thank you. I sense something die over here. What the heck are you? Whoa, you hit hard. The crawdad. Well, it's dead now, but... Man, that crawdad hit it hard. Also, man, it sucks having such low defense. Like, while I'm in the mines like this, I could swap breastplates to have more defense and have less summons. That's actually probably a good idea. Don't mean only one flinks, who does less damage and stuff, but... it should mean I take less damage from the hits I more frequently take. There we go. I almost drowned. Would have been a very embarrassing way to drown. I also think we're starting to outgrow the squirrel whip. Whip? No, the squirrel claw, that's the one. I hear a bat. Interesting. We're in a weird mix of cave and corruption. We might get close enough to that to actually break it. Nope. Alright. Let's recall. We can do something cool, though. Grass seeds, planter box, pumpkin seeds, environmental preservation. Watch. Joja Cola. That gives us a pet. Star Drop. Wants to thank you for disposing of the Joja Cola. Now we have 3 Star Drops. We can sell 2 of them to you. And unfortunately, it's not a light pet, but still pretty good. I also decided before I do this, I want to do a foray into the jungle. I want to try to get some spores. Now that I have more mobility. I feel like I've done a little bit more of the early game stuff that I need to do. I had the wrong thing in my hand. Okay, it's a sign. Also, we can swap these back. We will eventually get rid of the villager spire. We just need to find an underground mushroom biome first. I'm pretty sure we have enough rotten chunks to spawn the Eater of Worlds. But again, I don't really want to do that yet. I didn't have to kill that squirrel, I just felt like it. We are eventually going to be moving everybody up to the sky. So yeah. Let's see, this is 4 wide. I'm enjoying watching them kind of flail over there. Oh, down here's fine. We're gonna make this little box using ebon wood. needed 5 wide. So I need it there. I had it right the first time. Oh, that's always so frustrating. It's alright. Door. Door. You know what? Screw it. Let's make all our platforms ebon wood. Hopefully this still behaves the same. Do you like leave these? Something like that? Nice. We do have some cool corrupt torches we can use too if we want to add to the ambiance. This is really funny with summons because it's a bunch of little dudes in a box. Where are our corrupt torches? Here they are. Cool. I know some people install a mod to, like, be able to buy... There's, like, a tunnel mod thingy that adds, like, an insta-elevator. Costs a bunch of money and dynamite, and it just goes right down. I thought about installing that mod, because I know it's pretty popularly used. Just didn't feel like it. But man, I forgot how blind I am. Seeing anything in this game is really difficult. Alright, still have not received that message back. Whoop. I think you're supposed to keep... There we go. I think that's what I needed to do. Oh, I can... There we go. Much better. It's also worth noting, we are going to take this thing in the opposite direction, too. This elevator is also going to go all the way up. Since I want to design a sky base. Specifically using, I want to make some floating mushroom biomes up in the sky. But not high enough that they all have danger of wyverns when we get to hard mode. Oh, there we go. Alright. They are running late, so I've got more time than I thought. Hear a bat, which is good, but I should probably do this. Is it daytime? No. We're going all the way up. It's now daytime. I just saw that star despawn. What you got for me, Timmy? Caverns. I can work with the caverns. Let's see. What kind of bait is that? Apprentice. I should have some better bait lying around. More apprentice. There we go, there's some journeymen. Yeah, we gotta go that way. That's the deepest we've ever gone, so it makes sense that we go over there. Wow, remember when this thing was, like, not corrupt at all? It's been kind of a good way to gauge how fast the corruption's spreading. I also realized why I was doing all that shield dashing last session, because I was used to having a double jump to complement with the shield dash. No, we want to get away from that. Can't follow me this far. Maybe you can, I don't know. You know, actually, I really wanted to explore past this living wood tree. Let's go. Normally, living wood trees lend themselves quite nicely to being mine entrances as well. This one's just not having it, though. This game occasionally makes me feel a little bit like Daredevil because of just how much I'm relying on my hearing to do everything. I mean, more so than usual. But this game is very well done sound that allows me to listen for where enemies are very accurately. It'd be nice to be able to see, but nice. Whip around for traps. Don't see any. Except for that one. Finally a magic mirror. Yes. Oh, so desperately needed. That's a pretty painting. But we are no longer bottlenecked by recall potions. Not that we were really bottlenecked, we had a lot of them. But now we never need recall potions again. Which means we can sell the 50 plus we have. Another corruption altar thingy down here. My inventory is already full. That didn't take long. There's stuff up there we might examine, but first... Thank you for killing that piranha, children. No, I'm not calling them children. Never mind. I was trying to do that like in a sarcastic manner. It just came out weird. Huzzah. Hey, heart crystal. Or I guess life crystal. What just made a fucking ha noise when it died? Oh, air. Are we in the cavern? I think we're deep enough for cavern. I can never quite tell. If we're deep enough for cavern, we could go for our next fish. Let's find out. What the hell are you doing? Look at the flicks! It's just going! It's like a fucking Windows screensaver. There it goes! Oh, no, it's back. Stinkfish. Oh. What the hell is a stinkfish? I don't even know. I don't remember. Specular fish. We don't really need those anymore, actually. There's a skeleton down there. Oh, there's our fish. We are in the cavern. Fishtron. Now we catch another. One more, then we can go home. Now they're both window. Now they're both Windows screensavering. Can they stack on top of each other now? Okay, no, they can't. Incredible. Alright. Come here, you. And I get to keep the other one. Got sonar potions and money. Actually, wait, if I do... What can I toss? That. Oh, one per day. Go away. Okay. Understood. This is now the fishy chest. Fish and bait. Nice. I'm actually gonna grab these. Wow, I've got a lot of stars. Got some more Jojas to purify and sell. Where are the worms? Don't know where the worms went. The music goes, as usual. Don't know. Okay. Where are the worms? Where? Where are the worms? My face is very close to the screen now. No, not you. Not you. Bro, get out of the way of my chest. There. Oh, it's empty. Alright. We're gonna get 2 more. Thanks. And thanks. Come on. Gimme. Thank you. With a little more health, I'm feeling like trying to give the old jungle another go. And not actually accidentally teleport away this time. Ooh, scorpion. I found the idea of fishing with scorpions very hardcore. I love it. You know what? I think the Flink's fur is the way to go. Where's your other one? There it is. Because while our defense might be lower, having double the summons is a big deal. We should be nearing the jungle. I love how the Junimo just kind of vibes there. It's like, I can't kill, but I'm just sitting here. Good luck. Here's my little fishing hut. Nice. All right, jungle time. I actually read up on where we find the spores. Just on jungle grass, at or below cavern level. Which means we can, and probably should, farm them. They're not the best thing to farm, necessarily for money, but they're pretty easy to farm and will get us money. We've collected quite a lot of the seeds so far. I appreciate the game proving my point for me while I'm saying it. That's always very helpful. Go get them, friends. Also, a good jungle farm will double as a bait farm. And since fishing is great, we'll probably do a lot of fishing. There's Sluggy. Bye, Sluggy. It's one of the only times I've actually intentionally used my spikes correctly. To, like, just give it a slap. Ow. Oh, as soon as I said, oh, I used them right, I used them wrong. Get 'em, boys! Yay. Got more vine, which we need. So yeah, if we get what we're looking for, which is spore, great. If not, then great. We still get seeds, which we can use to make our farm to get spore. Ow. We also do need some more stinger, but my main priority is getting spore so we can get the snapthorn. I believe you're... Ooh, Moonglow. I don't think we have Moonglow seed yet. They are fighting something. Unfortunately, a useless statue, but that's okay. I'm like straining my eyes trying to see. Well, trying to see. And we don't really need the boot statue, it doesn't do anything. We're not going to hit that hive if we don't have to. Hey, finally some jungle spore. We need a lot more where that came from. Here's a previous grave of mine. Always encouraging. What the fuck? Oh, it's that. Yep. I remember you now. Can we appreciate how freaking good that shield bash was? We keep fighting the corrupt things and not the corruption. What's that? What is that? Rich mahogany. Oh! Never actually found one of these before. We are gonna come grab spores, though. Chest is cool. Spores cooler. For our purposes. There they are. No, actually, no. The spores will stay there. We don't want to forget about this chest or misplace it or something. Boomstick. Okay. That means we can have the arms dealer move in. Huh. Very cool. It's my first time seeing one of these. I think they just have the one chest. Very cool, though. The boomstick is quite a good gun, too. Come here. Come back. I can handle you. There we go. Yeah, I actually got the heal. That weapon has a small chance to heal you. That's, or I don't know what its chance is. It has a chance to heal you on hit, which is why I used it for that. Go. Get it. There he is. Oh, there's a skeleton down here. I was like, why are they so distracted? A hook. Very nice. Ooh, a lucky nature's gift. Not really what I need. Don't hit the hive. Maybe I don't need a farm for it, but we won our first trip here getting absolutely zero spore. Now we seem to be getting plenty of spore. Enough we can make the snapthorn, actually, but we still need more for the armor, I believe. Though, having looked at it, I'm not super sure we need the armor. The armor the wiki recommends definitely seems if like your summoner mage mix. Since at this point in the game you can't, it's hard to be pure summoner. I'm not sure what other half is right now, but given we just have a wand of sparking, wearing and making mage gear seems maybe like overkill. Keep digging. Actually, at this point, we might not have enough stingers and vines. And where is my Wand of Sparking? Like, I should upgrade past it soon, but might be worth making one of the staves. I guess in that case, yeah, it would make sense to go with the jungle armor. I should not have just tanked that. The way these little guys just fly around is adorable. There we go, we got more vine, which we needed. Hey, look, more spore. And more spore. I gotta look. Alright, nothing. When there's a foreboding chasm, you gotta take a look, even if it ends up being empty. Oh, hello, chest. Go get him. Me and the homie just vibing. Get him. As you can see, they're not doing a lot of damage because my whip hasn't hit. Look at all those dart traps lined up. Don't really need more cobweb. Oh, there were bombs. I didn't even think to check for bombs. That's okay. I didn't even think to check for bombs. It's like I got the boulder, I got the darts. Hi. Hey, I've got that. Guess what, buddy? Crate potions! We love crate potions here. Oh, they're in here. Stink bug. Let's see, we need our jungle parts. Where's our jungle bits? Here's our keen wand of sparking. I don't know how to end up in this chest. Arcane Nature's Gift is very good, but it's not for us. We need a Snapthorn. Here we go, Snapthorn. Now the question is... which one? Probably Boomstick makes the most sense. The Snapthorn is now our much better with. Oh. Got a terrible modifier on it, but not the end of the world. We might fight the Eye of Cthulhu tonight, just because we can. Oh. Nice. No, fuck. I meant to do from walls to wood. There we go. The arms dealer should now be able to move in. We've still not had a Blood Moon. Definitely need to make a storage room. Definitely need to... There's the arms dealer. Frickin' Daryl. Daryl. Hey, buddy. Now we've got a real ranged option. I'm actually going to inspect the old wiki. They recommend like the jungle set, but we've got Shadow. Ancient Shadow, which is considered some of the best for ranged. So I'm thinking summons and guns is really our best bet. You know what? This might seem outrageous. We'll need more ammo to do it, but I kind of want to go summon the Eater of Worlds. Just to see if we can take him. No, I don't. What? Trip. Don't let the thoughts win, alright? It's not fight the Eater of Worlds. The one we should do next is Deerclops. Which means hanging out in the cold biome for a while. Maybe like Trip, why do you have 2 whips? Whip stacking is a thing in this game. So hitting a target with more than 1 whip is beneficial. They will take the bonus summon damage thingy from both whips. So they'll deal an extra 4 and an extra 6 for a total of 10 extra damage from my summons if they've been hit by both whips. But it would have been great to have my summons out. Part of me's also like, why shouldn't I fight like Skeletron or something? But again, I know that's a terrible idea. I'm able to acknowledge the ideas I'm having are bad ideas. That does not, however, stop me from having said ideas. Does this do poison? No. It looks like they're getting poisoned or something, because they're taking, like... Very strange. Not bad strange, just strange. I should keep my shield off cooldown so I can just slam into whatever I slam into. Here we go. Part of me is actually considering maybe I should go back to the corruption and farm Eater of Souls for the ancient helmet. Oh, I'm getting increased whip speed as well after hitting with my whip. I'm actually going to fight in here just to kind of practice whip stacking. Come fight me, things. I do also have a gun, but... My 150th Eater of Souls kill. Okay, whip stacking seems much more practical against bosses, not normal enemies. Burger. Because it seems the time I'm taking to swap is making me take hits. Have at thee. Keep attacking me. There they are. Yummy. I can't see shit, by the way, in case you're wondering. Burger. No, we can ditch the stink bug. I heard something on my left pick up money. Gills potion. We do actually need one of those. This is going so well. My new plan is to use this Gills potion to make it to the edge of the ocean and go underneath that weird thing we weren't able to last time. That weird, like, dip in the ocean. Got another burger. Want to make sure I'm not leaving any items behind. Come on. There we go. So sick of these eaters. Alright, let's go. Don't you monkeys follow me. Alright. Honestly, we're going to toss the books. We were looking for one of the spell books that can be up there. Oof. Oh god, I forgot there's a third freaking corruption. Why is this night taking a year? Still 10 seconds on the potion. Pretty clutch. I died. Yeah, we really need to make a world bridge up at the top. Of course, now it's daytime. What do you want? Underground. Can do. Actually, no, I'm need to empty stuff first. Cool. At some point, we'll have to connect or make a fishing pond that goes to there. But for now, we got this. Nice. If I don't have to throw away bait, I'm not going to throw away bait. Trash. Because I forgot we have an extractinator now, so we can turn that into bait. Just hanging down there by my grave, huh? Huh, Junimo? Junimo. Stop breaking my line. Let's see if my little boys can do it. My little friends. I need a better thing to call them. They're flinkses. I should just stick to calling them flinkses. We're already through the scorpion. Hey, D-Hex. Just doing some Terraria fishing. Going well. We've only beaten Eye of Cthulhu on the save so far. It's my first time playing the game in like 4-ish years. This series. And it just started the other day. Fishing so I can start making some potions and doing some fishing quests. To, challenge either Deerclops or try and find and then fight Queen Bee. We're an expert. Deerclop, yeah. But, in terms of, like, boss order next, since we're Summoner, the sooner we fight Deerclops, the sooner we get his, McShooty thingy. Yes, fished up a couple Joja Colas, kept one, sold the rest. I made sure to turn them into starter ops to make the extra money. We've done quite a few casts, so we've not gotten the Yes, I am. I've been waiting for a blood moon. Because we actually have the best summoner stuff we can get until the blood moon at the moment. Which is part of why I'm considering fighting Deerclops to kind of hold me over. We just haven't had a blood moon yet. Which is surprising given the number of days in we are. We're also still on the life hunt. Got lucky, got some ancient shadow armor. Because we have 3 corruptions in our world, unfortunately. Yes, I do have the Flink's fur coat and the Flink staff. Oh, I'm out of bait. Alright. To the Extractinator. Where's the Extractinator? Oh, did we lose the Extractinator in the weird save glitch? We lost the Extractinator. Oh, hey there. Cool. Yes, there's actually only a coat for the Flink set. It's a standalone piece. Yeah, our Extractinator's gone. We had a weird thing at the start of the session where I guess I had logged off during an autosave. It didn't tell me. And, we reopened some chests. It seems our Extractinator's gone, which is a problem. I would like my Extractinator back. I guess it's time to get some more bait. And get back to fishing before, before this quest runs out. Might take a... I kind of want to save my crate potions until I have, like, a better setup. Oh, we've already had our encounter with the antlions. I spent like an hour freaking breaching clearing that place. And we didn't find any chests, which was really annoying. We went all through here. Never found any desert chests. You do make a good point. We could find Extractinators down there. We're strong enough to do it now. We are kind of wrecking shit. You know what? Fuck it, we ball. Now that we're well equipped, I feel like I can take the time to actually finish mining all this fossil as well. Because last time we were panicking. I do really struggle to see in this game, and I could not find like a straightforward way to increase brightness. There we go. My flinks are a little stuck. There they are. Oh. Nice. Oh, we ball cactus ball. That took me a second. I did reread it, and I was thinking about it, I'm like, what? Oh, yeah. Also, they're little balls as well. Whoops. Oh yeah, we also got a boomstick in the jungle. We found a rich mahogany tree and got a boomstick. Do we need a boomstick? No. Is it nice to have a boomstick? Yes. Ooh. Yeah, the boomstick is very good. It's actually part of the reason I'm mining the fossil. Because when we extractinate, we can get some more money, buy some more ammo, feel more confident wielding it as a alternative to the Sparkthorn, which we use to help kill the Eye Cthulhu. Though I do acknowledge that Summoner ranged is not the typical hybrid. Or not even a typical hybrid. Because some of the stuff is just synergistic. For now, it works. Oh, you're a gun main. I could have seen that, actually, if I had thought about it. Tried to guess. There we go. I'll whip stack for you. Go get him. Go get him. Go get him? No, okay, fine. There you go. I was always a mage main back when I played on mobile. Hello. Unfortunately, you've missed the Among Us. The lobby only went 2 hours today. Oh, ow. Man, that's real unfortunate. I changed the game, didn't I? Didn't I change it to... You know, I changed it to Terraria. Yeah, we played for 2 hours in Jay's modded lobby. No, we have no spike balls. We've not had the goblin army show up either, even though we've killed 3 or 4 scouts. Very grateful for my Shield of Cthulhu. Put in some work. Mandible Blade? What the hell is that? Neat. Nice. Oh, I've not broken the orbs yet. You're right. I totally forgot that was a requirement. Alright, I think it's finally time to drink a potion. Ooh, that was a mistake. Thankfully, I was healed up. Summons, please catch up to me. Where the heck are my summons? There we go. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I do need to go do that. I got a dangerous mandible blade now. Thank you for defending my grave. Oh, what the? There's stuff down there. This is the furthest we've gotten. Ow. In the underground desert. Now's probably time to pump the spelunker. Ooh. Excuse me, Flinxes. Get him. Get him, boys! Nice. Yeah, I'm really glad I decided to give it another try. It had been years since I had played. That was terrible. I tried to shield dash and accidentally, grappled into it. Don't need pots. There's stuff moving up there. Oh, it's copper. No, this is vanilla. 100% vanilla. Well, that's a door. Nope. Is that what is... Oh, it just looks like a door. Okay. I was like, wait a minute, is that a treasure room? No, it's just... weird looking... Yeah, I've heard great things about Calamity from my, from one of my friends, but, yeah, my character is called Trip to Moonlord, because I've never beaten Moonlord, or even fought Moonlord. There we go. The life crystal's nice. Should just use it. I heard ya. There we go. Because seeing anything in this game is so damn hard, I've been relying a lot on hearing and potions. They give me increased vision. Ooh, Antland Charger banner down there. Boop. Keep digging. I need to find something. Good to know. Oh, God. Nice. Thank you. I'm not actually sure if what I had that set to. I don't think I'd change it, so I'm assuming it's H. Wait a minute, I saw something. You see that? Oh, I must have hovered over that. Man, we are really not finding any desert chests. Go get them, boys. Come back. Got it. Nice. Oh. Nice. Come on, please. I need something. Potion's about to run out. That's why I brought 2. Just like that? Oh, that's handy. What is that? Is that a... There's a statue. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, as an affiliate, I have to have... It's either I have ads every hour, or I have pre-rolls. And as someone who always clicks off a stream, if there's pre-rolls, I have to play ads every hour. And one of my doormates is listening to music. Hopefully the stream can't pick that up. Oh, ad blocker. Yeah, I understand. I also typically use ad blocker. What is that? Oh, finally a chest. Thank fuck. Been looking for ages. Alright. Because I really did not feel like going to have to talk with my roommate again about, or doormate again about music. It is not in English. I know that. It's in Spanish, and I don't recognize this song. Yeah, I have no idea what it is. We're gonna find out. Whoa! So that was a trap. I've never seen that trap before. Oh, it's a painting! Ah! Ooh, unicorn statue as well. It's a painting. I really want this unicorn statue, but I gotta decide what to trash for it. Worm. Easy. I don't know what kind of statue this is. I don't know if it's a good one or not. Snake Charmer's Flute, Encumbering Stone, Desert Minecart, another one of these. Oh yeah, I've got, you're right, I've got extra mandible blades I can get rid of. I don't know what a Snake Charmer's Flute is. That seems cool. I don't see any point in grabbing the Encumbering Stone. I'll equip the minecart. Nice. Not amazing. Definitely was hoping for something better, but... One of my summons is stuck. Both of my summons are stuck. Another banner that I don't really have room for. You know what, yeah, I don't really need the blink root seeds. Don't know if the skeleton statue's worth grabbing. Oh, hello. Another desert chest. Wraith statue, some paintings. Right as my potion runs out. Not bad. There's another mandible blade as well. Get it. Yeah. Alright. What you got? Ancient Chisel. Increases mining speed by 25%. Okay, that's sizable, actually. $25% is a lot of percent. As strange as it is, I might get rid of... Well, actually... Yeah, I forgot. You can put these there. I don't really want to change any of that out right now. I'll have to look it over, but... Is that a heart crystal I see? It is. There we go. Yeah, poor Antline was doomed. He was on a cactus from birth. Honestly, I could just leave. You got plenty of good stuff. Whoop. Nice. Sturdy fossil. You know what? There we go. I think, given my blindness, I'm doing a pretty good job, given how treacherous the underground desert is. Is that a heart crystal? No, it's demonite. I've learned what the different glows look like, vaguely. Get 'em, fellas. I could have just left him keep doing 1 damage over and over, but I felt like I should help out as a good summoner. More sturdy fossil. I don't really need the Brain is a textbook for video game information, nothing else. Thankfully, my brain does hold other stuff. Granted, not a lot of it. Oh, I accidentally trashed some. Oh well. I don't know how I got hit by that, but that's okay. Ooh, actually, you know what? I've been waiting for this phone call. I have to take this phone call. Let me, mute my mic. There we go. Answered my important phone call. Addressed said important phone call. I keep finding these demon altars in just the weirdest places. Honestly, this chisel is gonna make doing the whole elevator a whole lot easier. Because I started the elevator, it felt like a trudge. This will help a lot. I thought that material looked weird to me. Oh, that hit me. I thought I had... Back to mining. Hard to believe this biome scared me when I first got here. I mean, not hard to believe, but I can... This biome's a lot different now that I'm not, like, fighting for my life every second. It's a lot cooler. Yippee! I gotta break it first. Yes, the cacti are like much scarier boulders, I agree. Yes! Whew. That could have been bad. I've not played Spelunky in a while. Oh, thank you for the weird light off to the left-hand side. Oh, it's lava. We need obsidian, but I don't have any water with me. So I guess that's not stopping my my summons from getting a piece of the fight. Another mandible blade. I still need to pick up Spelunky 2 at some point. It just... haven't. To be fair, just also haven't had a lot of money lately. College student shit. Also, you know, it's a bad time to be disabled in the United States. Motherfucker. There. It looked like I bounced off that swarmer's back. Oh, there's another one. It's a pixie. Hello, it's a fairy. Hello, fairy. Yes, fairy, I would love to follow you. I'm coming, I'm coming. Wait up. Yeah, I'm coming. Is that Hellstone? I think that's Hellstone above us. Hey, Burr, I'm doing well. We started with some Among Us. I thought I was going to have to leave right afterwards, but my plans changed as I just found out via phone call. So we're Terraria-ing. The end of last stream didn't quick save, so we lost some stuff, mostly our extractinator, but we got a double jump. And we've been shown to our, what'll be our final heart crystal thanks to a fairy. Caught up the last 2 hours fairly well, I think. Oh, we also made a snapthorn. We finally upgraded our whip. So we can whip stack for bosses. Oh, it's Jack Sellington. Hey. What do you buy from Jack Sellington? I don't even know. I've never seen him before. Blue counterweight. I'm not doing yo-yo shit. Spelunker glow stick. No, I've never seen Jack Sellington before. Strange brew. Wooden boomerang. I know the wooden boomerang. Strange brew. Spelunker glow sticks. Neat. We are now at max health as well, thanks to this fairy. Is there like anything... Ooh, explosives. Which tells me this is definitely a trapped chest. Oh, the mushroom biome! Finally! Okay, this is cool or whatever. Actually, this is probably rigged to explode. With stuff I can't see. We have been desperately looking for a mushroom biome. Because mushrooms are kind of my thing, and I plan to build a mushroom biome base kind of up in the sky. So I've been looking desperately for one of these. So we're going to whip around until we get, we're going to want some mushrooms and some mushroom seeds. Okay, yeah, I'm not a yo-yoer. Spore bat. Ooh. I mean, that's a good statue. Spelunker potion? Mining potion? Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Made me chuckle. It's always nice having new faces around. I guess new names around. Yeah. I know it's a waste. I don't really like the desert torches, so I really don't mind trashing them. What is that thing? Oh, there's some mushroom grass seeds. And a heart crystal, but we're full on heart crystals. You know what? Ditch my wooden hammer. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Wait, I didn't get the seeds. There we go. You can do it. There we go. Took me a minute. Let me take a quick look at the map, see where we're at. Use the snake flute? Wait, let me... Oh! Interesting. Use the snake flute? I'm starting to get a theory of what it might do. Wow, he's listening to his music so goddamn loud. Thankfully, I voiced all this over for YouTube anyway. Ooh, what the fuck? Hello. The rally. Buzz off. I want the rally, just because it... Nice. Let's see. Whoops. Oh! Oh, it just makes a rope straight up. we got the Shoomerang. This is very cool. Oh, it's temporary. Ow. That makes sense. Oh. That one doesn't look trapped. We'll have to come back and disarm the trapped one. Another band of regen. We already have an extra band. I'm not worried about that. You know what? Let's go out with a bang. Let's try and... Ow. We already have a bunch of bombs. Let's try and disarm that bomb, that trap. Oh, there's another heart crystal. We're full, but we'll come back at some point for the, I don't think we can take the trap chest. But I think I got rid of all the explosives. I did not get rid of all the explosives. Truth be told, I don't see any more traps. Oh, wait, I can see it with this. Hold it. Bomb, bomb, trap, trap, trap. Perfect. Have to grab some blocks. Why did I even have these on me still? And it's dupes. It's a duplicate. Of course it is. Got more mushroom grass seeds. Now that we know where this is, we will probably end up digging down here in the future to access it. One thing we haven't found is the shimmer. Having found this, it means the only biome we need to find left is the shimmer. And I know, like, there's like an algorithm to how the shimmer spawns that can be used to kind of find the shimmer, air quotes. Because it likes to spawn on the same side of the map. But it's just a huge area to comb through. I know it's surrounded by... Oh yeah, I love this biome so much, that's why we're going to be building one and to have our base in. They look maybe not quite as awesome, but still pretty awesome up on the surface too. We keep seeing these giant shellies everywhere. I thought they were supposed to be uncommon. I'm seeing them everywhere. I mean, that's a gemcorn tree, which is nice. I think, let me look at the map. You know, we're not actually far enough left to even find the, to have a chance of finding the shimmer over here. Because I did check the wiki. On our size world, the shimmer should be like on the far left side, over by the beach. It's tricky to find, but we'll find it eventually. More Hermes boots. Those better than our current ones? Yes. Oh, I forgot. I have social slots. I can... Oh, I can't because I'm wearing a pair. That's right. Also, wait, that's Hermes boots. Arcane Hermes boots. There it is. Yeah, because I'm wearing Hermes boots, I can't also wear Hermes boots. Right? Why not let me wear 2 pairs of boots? I'll put boots on boots on boots. Call me Boots from Dora. An emerald tree. Get wrecked. Ooh. More loot for me. Ooh. Is a goblin statue a good statue? I don't know if they drop the tattered cloth. Still no anti-grav potions. It's another thing we're still on the lookout for. I think we can dump the guild potion. I think I'm ready to go home. Nice. What's the fishing quest, Mr. Fish? Sky Lake in the surface. Wait. Sky Lakes and surface. Okay. We can do that. Hard to believe that journey did start off originally as a fishing journey. We just got very sidetracked. Need some stars. We also really need to organize our base. Jesus Christ. Whoa! It scared me slightly, as I'm sure you could tell. No, that didn't start off as a fishing journey. That started off as a... Like, it was fishing for like 10 seconds, and I'm like, hey. Then chat tempted me to go into the underground jungle, and it turned out to be a great idea. Ooh, paper airplanes. I was wondering why the little fluff ball was. Man, we really should have made this fishing pond a little closer. Part of why I'm going to build another one once I get a bottomless bucket of water, which is part of why we're doing the fishing quests. There we go. Fishing time. We can also take this out of our trash now. Which is good, because we'll need our trash to be able to catch 2 demon eyes. Demon eye fish or whatever. After this little fish trip, I might, I might, call it. Just because my stomach's hurting really bad, and I still don't, I'm not going to get that medication till tonight. So I shouldn't push myself. Might be in need of a nap'em. Nap'em? Nap. Man, we burned through that bait real fast. Well, we'll definitely... I don't know if we still need to do the spore farm. I don't know if that's necessary. Yeah, a nice fish, then a nice nap. I'm having a very enviable experience, human experience for once. Tomorrow's Lethal Company stream is unfortunately canceled because, IRL plans changed. Hey, we got a crate. That probably has some bait in it. Yep. And some heart reach potions. Yeah, no, I was gonna be playing Lethal Company tomorrow with, people in the Twitch guild, but... alas... I just don't think I'll be home in time. Oh, we're out of bait. Go get more bait. But it's not like, you know, I won't be playing Lethal Company with the guild. It's now just delayed ever so slightly. Like a few days. They're doing like 2 or 3 companies? 2 or 3 lobbies a week in there now. It's great. Yeah, I don't need you, bird. Oh, I thought that was a worm. It is not. Oh, I thought I had broken his thing with the dash. That would have been so funny. I just put a crafting table in here. There we go. Come on, I fish. I fish, you fish, we fish, they fish. There we go, I'm already better than Dr. Seuss because I'm not racist. What the fuck is that? It's a fucking kite. Did not know these existed. Oh yes, he was super racist. He was like outspokenly racist in life. No, not based. Get the fuck out of here. Very not based. Bro straight up hated black people. Assumed you were joking, but it's on Twitch. Unfortunately, a lot of people on Twitch say that without joking. Time to go grab some more bait. Yeah, in the years since his death, the Seuss found like his family and stuff. They put out a lot of cover, I don't want to call it cover up PR because it just sounds odd, but a lot of good press to try and cover up the decades of bad, which I get. Like, if it were like my grandpa, I wouldn't want people to advertise he was racist either. But yeah, he was very racist. Yeah, basically damage control is the right word. Thank you. A lot of people do the, I would argue Dr. Seuss is one of the few people you can actually kind of separate the art from the artist from. Because bro's very dead, which is point number one. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're doing so much better than Abigail did. Abigail would just kind of stand next to the enemies for ages before hitting them. Why isn't making music louder? Mother... Also, the fact we haven't gotten an eyefish at this point is wild to me. The flinks do much better. We love our weird little Windows screensavers. Come on. Stop giving me bass. Was Eyefish night only, though? I don't think so. It just said Sky Islands and Surface. If it were night only, because it... like, I guess that would make sense. But it did not tell me that. Getting a lot of bass. Come on. Eye fish me. Crate's good. Who knows? Maybe we'll get that 1% chance to get a extractinator from the crate like we did last time. Before the save borked. It's nighttime now, so we can find out about the... There's so much fighting going on, I can't hear my bobber. Hey, still managed to proc it, though. Oh! There it is! That's actually good. We kind of want to keep it here. Because we want to carry as many with us back as we can. And we can continue to catch them so long as they're not in our inventory. The fish of Cthulhu. It was probably nighttime then. I should have wikied it. I should have known. Terraria is one of the ultimate wiki games, meaning you're going to need the wiki. Look at them go. Thank you, Flanks. I appreciate our Junimo's just vibing with us. Default dancing. The look up anything mod. Is that just like in-game wiki? Or like external item descriptions? From my wish list, Wizard with a Gun is on sale. Thanks, Steam. Oh, we're out of bait. Well, we just got the one. That's okay. Let's kill a few things. Hey, chaps. Oh, it's like an upgrade of the guide. You put an item in it, it tells you how you can craft it. Ah, that's very neat. Alright. What up? Alright. So we got fishing potion. Fishing potion. Also some bait. Ooh, sailfish boots. That'll be very good once we get the... Well, we can just use that as a crafting ingredient. Calling potion, tungsten bars. Nothing fantastic. How did the... Don't know how that quick stacked to a chest when you can't stack boots. Yeah. The sailfish boots aren't any faster, right? Ooh, could I put... I know I can put them on for aesthetics, but, like, could I do double boots? Yeah, I don't really notice the difference. That was a good stream. We went 4.5 hours. Ooh, that was my neck cracking. Ouch. Made sure to save and exit this time, instead of just closing the game. We're gonna raid on out. Thanks everyone for coming by. Let's see. Thank you, Razor. What are the people I follow streaming? Emmy's playing a game called Stars in the Trash. Mav is still playing Among Us. Not that many people we know are live at the moment. Oh, actually, before I forget, I need to untick myself as the, my availability tomorrow for Lethal Company. Unavailable. Are any of my guildy friends live? Any of our guildy buddies? It's just me. None of the peeps I know are live, really. At least none of the people I know really well are live. Except for, Emmy is mentioned. And Mav. Oh, I could raid into Shab. Shab's playing some modern Minecraft. Oh, you know what? We'll raid in, this is a me thing. I rarely raid into, like, co-working streams. I have nothing against co-working streams. I do them from time to time, but I don't know, it just feels like a strange thing to raid into if that's not also what I was doing. Does that make sense? I don't know. I'm gonna send you all to Mav. for some more Among Us. I gotta raid and run though, because I am in a lot of pain. So, have fun. You're in good hands. Bye-bye.